Hello and welcome. My name is Trismegistus, and this is more Factorio. This is my Megabase series, basically. I am attempting to build a Megabase, but I'm attempting to do it having never done it before, but having played the game a lot and launched a lot of rockets, but never quite getting to Megabase stage. Yesterday's stream was productive, but also hinted at some problems. Between streams, so last night, slightly, but mostly this morning, I did what I said I would at the end of yesterday's stream, which was that I basically ferried some modules over to the red circuit build. And it's currently running with all of the machines producing modules. I was just slightly puzzled with it because it seems to be backing up, but it's because all of these chests are full, basically. Not fully full, as you can see. The last ones on the end there are running, and the trains are basically sitting. Oops, wrong one. The train is sitting here unloading, and everything on this side of things is fine. You know, we have green circuits being produced. We have green circuits here, red circuits here. They're all running. They've got resources coming in, both from local patches and from the patches we set up yesterday. However, what we sort of improvised together yesterday, once I'd got all that running, was we kind of repurposed. I mean, we didn't repurpose them; they're still doing what they're doing. Excuse me. We continue to use the circuits basically coming in. You'll notice here some of these have got modules in. I did to say leave it running, and we made a whole load of modules, and we started putting them in. But then we started to get another bottleneck, which was sulfuric acid. So what I did, just quickly, I didn't think it'd be that interesting for the stream, so I just went ahead and did it. Which is basically what was happening, essentially, was that we weren't producing enough stuff. So what I did was I came up. I think we already had quite a few prod modules in, but we didn't have the speed beacons on, so I've stuck them in. This is all just a bit messy and thrown together. Really, we need to go to proper 16 beaconed builds. But what this basically means is they're now running at 305% speed. With a crafting speed, crafting productivity bonus of 30%. So we're getting more stuff out of them. And then these processing ones here, are chunking through, turning heavy to light and light to petroleum. And what that basically means now is we've got a, full-on petroleum production. And I bumped all of this up. I've had to increase the actual build slightly. Why are you not running? Is it just full? Yeah, so the sulfuric acid blockage is gone, basically, in that, these are all got now a few beacons on them. As you can see, it's kind of fixed plastic as well, but there's another reason for that. But we've got, separate sulfuric acid production there, so it's all sort of hunky. I tweaked the, the logistics network as well while I was at it. This here is actually indicative of our problem, which is basically that the original patches we were using, and here it is as well, are kind of running a bit dry. So we need to boost that up. And what's happened essentially is, although we're getting the 4 lanes of green in and the 2 lanes of red in, the localized production, which I was using to make sure, because the 4 in and 2 in is only really enough to supply this blue circuits, and as they've got the speeds on, but we're not really making. Well, I've got one, so we're not really making the prod modules, because what's happening is basically all of the green circuits are now going into this, because we're not doing any local green circuit production, and we're doing very limited red. And I say that's why the plastic being backed up is a bit deceptive because it's actually just because we're not really producing enough greens to run this. And the reason we're not producing enough greens is because the iron is almost non-existent. What's happening is a train will arrive with a very small amount of iron, and then immediately disappear, because it's not got very much in. This iron patch here is now less than 500,000. So that's a fairly significant problem. Associated with that, that I showed you, is we have a stone patch that's just not really doing anything either. Tiny production there. Now, what I've said we're going to do in the opposite, and this is down 160k. We've got plenty here. So what we could do as a temporary thing is send a train here and pick up some iron ore. I've also been, while I was sort of waiting for all those modules to produce, I kind of extended this all down. So what we need to do first off is get some more iron. Okay. Now I'd wanted to use these patches to basically, supply all the circuits. And in a sense that, in a way they are going to do that. If we tap them up for, bringing more iron in here. But what we really need to do is get around to outposting, basically. That's kind of the next phase of my plan, is to set up a whole load of outposts, and much further away. But before I think we can really do that, we do need to bump up the production. Because what I've also done, I've been around, and you remember we put down from a previous stream. You may remember we put down the beacons, but we didn't actually put any modules in them, and I didn't have any prod modules. So these are all filled out now, basically. So there's nothing here that doesn't have. I mean, I could put some extra ones in, but it's sort of irrelevant. They're kind of what they need to be, and they may say maybe a bit of tweaking. But basically all of these are. So we got speed modules in there, but as you see, there's nothing coming through because it needs green circuits, and that's where we're bottlenecked now, basically. Because although we are bringing green circuits in, we're only all we're doing with them is making. I mean, now that it's backed up, look, we'll get that ripple effect where the green will start moving. There you go. So it's starting moving up again because all the blues are produced, and then we'll get a back up into red. They won't be produced, so even more greens will go through, but they'll get eaten up by all of these, but eventually they'll get up to the modules right at the end here, and then that'll kick in, because we're not making any, because we've now not got any green circuits, but that'll kick in and they'll make some which will eat some blues, which will cause the greens to go back into blue production, which so you get that cyclic effect, basically. We are at a stage, I mean, as I say, this doesn't have, I haven't done any over here. We've run out of prod modules for, I can't do the boosting of this because we've got no, speed modules and prod modules. So what we need to do is bring more iron in, basically. Now we have, as I say, two options for doing that. We could tap up some local supply, meaning an in-post. So we could find an iron patch that we could mine. And we've obviously got this one here. And this is what I think I'm going to do. But it's only 6 million, you see. And this is sort of the problem. The ones we've got... Oh, that one's 16. Okay. Might go for that one then, because it's not that different, as it were. Because we do have these. There's another 15 million there. But that means going... the trains are going right the way around the back, which I'm not sure I want them to do. Because I don't really want to weave a train around here. The stone, we're going to fix more directly. We're going to tap up this patch. It's only 1.6 million, so it won't last us forever. But it solves the problem very quickly and very easily. I can also, if I want, belt those in. Because basically the stone... where's stone? So stone is here, you see. And it's being used for rail, and that's it. It stops there. So I could tap one of them up and use that for rail, or belt it down, because the other place it's being used for rail is the purple science. Where's purple science? Purple science here. So we could, bring the stone in, directly over here, and that would alleviate, because you see there's no stone there at all. Where else is it going then? It's going into, it's going into landfill, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, so you see we could, I could even get rid of that and just turn these into landfill. But say, we're going to tap this one directly and just feed it in, because it's literally just across there, like that. So it's fairly easy. So we'll do that. And then what I think I'll do, as I say, is I think I'll we'll grab this one then. I thought this was the bigger one, but that's 16 million. So we'll grab that one for these, for stone load 2. And then what we'll do is design the outpost. We're doing this space here. We've got a nice big chunk of space there. And I can try and work out, because what I want is outposts, right? Because I want to connect everything to the main base. We will probably end up with the labs, the science labs. I don't know, say we landfill this lake completely, because we're all going to landfill that. Maybe we end up landfilling this lake, and maybe the science goes in the middle or something, or something like that. But basically, the science. Or maybe it goes in there next to our, original spaceship. But basically, the idea being maybe I divert it around here so that it's the end of the line or something. But we'll think about that later. But basically, we'll have all the sciences coming in to the main base, basically. But all of these, I want to keep running. I want to keep supply with materials. So we have a bit of a dilemma in that these are 242 trains. These are 242 trains. And they're also bringing in raw resources. So I need to set up some outpost designs, create some outpost designs that are both picking up raw resources for 242 trains, as well as picking up processed resources in what are probably going to be bigger trains. So maybe 484 or something like that. I say we'll have to work all that out, and to partly do that, I say so we probably won't finish it this episode, because I would need to go and grab a blueprint, find a blueprint and import that and use that in the design, and I haven't done that. And I don't think I'd do that on stream. So I say that's plenty to be getting on with. Okay, so because I say I want to keep that one in case we do blue circuits, because it will feed in loads of sulfuric acid with that patch, you see. So yeah, so what we want to do is grab this stone first, I think, which means grabbing one of our spidertrons. Something else I did, I've stocked up all of the spidertrons now have requests for rockets. So when we start using them for outposting, have you got drills? No. When we start using them for outposting, they've got everyone's protected effectively. So it's you we want Pinky. Okay. So let's hop in here, and we'll go over, and I say we'll do this stone first. As you see, I've got 200 speeds. Drop that request down to 200, and there's 284 in the network. So we are occasionally making a few speed modules, but speeds eat them before logistics even look at them. And there you go. We've got iron is trickling in every so often when a train turns up, and stone is almost completely non-existent basically. So I say we'll grab this patch. Now we might be able to put speeds in these. It's quite a small patch, isn't it? I wasn't quite anticipating it being that small, but there you go. So let's find our blueprint for mining. Which is probably right next to where I started, and I've gone the wrong direction. So if we were to try and feed 4 in. So if that was up there and that was maybe there, would that work? I think that would work. Ish. So where's the edge of the patch? About there. can't even do 4 lines out of it. Oh. How many legs have I got in? Put that in there. So get rid of these. And then we bring some power over from the end here. Yeah, plop a radar down just in case as well. Okay, so that's the stone. Now if we... I guess... I mean, it's nowhere near 4 lanes worth of stone. But, so if we just bring it over... There's 4 lanes, it should be easier to sort of filter it in. Big long line of bots. Yeah, so I guess we just go direct, basically. Might get a bit complicated over here. So let's use Pinky. Use the power of Pinky. Because that's got a load of belt in it as well. Now, if I was to go... So what I could do, I could just, feed it in, turn these into things, so I don't have to go, I could go across here, basically. Yeah, I think that's a better idea. So I'll take all of that out. I need a bit more. Take that off. Right. So we won't be going across here. Oops. Bottom. Up. So we need that one, that one, that one, like that. Check for trains. Oops. Oh. I mean, that's the other wrinkle, seeing that train going past, in that our steel is actually bringing in processed steel. Processed iron, so I'm not quite sure how I'm going to set up these outposts. Won't reach across there, will it? Well, that will. What about you? Will you go across? You will. And you? Yeah. What about you? Excellent. Well done, that belt. Okay, and then use that. Okay. Where's Pinky gone? So fill that bit out for me, please. Cool. And then come over here, please. Check for trains. Yeah, so say if we come down here. Just connect that up properly. Yeah, let's say we can hopefully basically... Will that fit across there? Oh, it will. Okay. I say we can just feed into this, basically. Oh. You're in the way. That's not very convenient of you. Let's do that then. Like that. And like Because also then I don't have to bother with the balancer because it's, you know, it's got the balancer on the station already. Put that in. Where's Pinky gone? Cool. You see, it sort of turns up, drops off a very small amount of stone, and then disappears, basically. And at least this way, because the stone demand isn't that high, because it's just, you know, say, well, it's the landfill that's really kind of eating it. And I say, we can kind of have some continuously coming in now. And obviously it's turning it into stone brick and all that sort of stuff as well, so it's not to say that it isn't being used. Oh, that one's not connected. There's something wrong there. That one missed off. There we go. Okay. And so what we can do on this end is go and find maybe that small patch and feed it across the landfill. Where is the landfill? The landfill is not there. That's all the... Where the heck's the landfill? I know it's somewhere random because I just sort of chucked it in as a kind of afterthought. There it is. So this is the landfill. So, yeah. We take this stone. No, actually, let's take that one. Okay, so we'll go up there. How many miners have you got on you? Oh, loads. So we don't need to restock, so we can just go over the top. Because landfill is super hungry. As I kind of demonstrated before, it's a massive amount, and I hadn't anticipated quite the need to, you know, landfill all of our lakes, basically. I was just checking I think I've, you know, moduled and beaconed them. Right, yes, so we can do this patch as well. Oh, there it is. Let's do this like that. So about sort of there-ish. Like that. And then tidy up a bit. Okay, and then we can simply connect it across here. So these all need, you know, the beacons as well, but yeah, whatever. Right, so where are we actually going again? It's somewhere here, isn't it? So this is the landfill. So instead of that, we basically want... Could I fit 2 lines in? Not really, because the roboport's in the way. I mean, we could do, but... Okay. So yeah, but basically we want the landfill here. So if we put a... Keep forgetting to hold the shift key. Okay, and then that, and then blend you in now. Can't edit that, but that's fine. Oops. So we want all of these to come down that way, basically, and sort of blend together. So, oops. If I get out. Oops. really just want all of these four going down to one lane. Taking this all the way to here. So it's a bit manual, a bit improvised, but it kind of alleviates the issue that, oh, we need a radar, I guess, over here. Ooh, AS the radar. There's a radar. So you get Pinky to fill all of this bit in. And the other bots will cover all of that. Yeah, okay, so they'll feed that in. Yep, so that's all going in there. Hopefully, because, I mean, although it's not really, you know, yeah, should be pumping out, because, you know, it's 4 lanes, but they're not, you know, there aren't enough miners to technically fill the lanes, but because they're merging all together, it is coming out as a solid, and it should do for a while. So it'll come out as a solid line, and now it's backing up, I presume, because it's got to the other end. And what we want to do over here is set the input priority to be our other lane, so that this just, you know, it will, oh, never had a thing on it. You know, it'll take our new input in preference, so hopefully the stone will be used sort of more productively, basically. Right, so that's that issue solved. Not really, but solved. So what we want to do is head down the bottom here and get our railway train. We could add on... We don't... No, I'm not going to bother. We're only going a relatively short distance, so I don't think we need sort of more rail than... Because it's got 4,000 in it, so I'm sure that'll be enough. But what we can do, we can hop into... Is it blue? No. I did tweak the colours because this was grey and it didn't mean anything. So it should be green, yeah. There we go. I haven't set up the whole Spidey thing. Right, so we can wander over. Or can we? They're still bringing me stuff. There you go. So we have made 100 prod modules. It is sort of making them, but of course we're not running science, so... Huh. Don't know why. Oh, I do know why. No. Okay, we'll take them out. But yeah, I don't want to do the Spidey base until this is gone. Really, it is being eaten away quite quickly. But yeah, so we want to go up here, so we don't need that much rail. The question is whether I landfill across there and grab these as well. But if I do that, I think that's an off-stream job, really. Right, yeah. So are we full up? We're full up, so we can head over ourselves. What about Pinky? Is Pinky full up? What? Oh, yeah, that's fine. Okay, come on, Pinky. I like having one named Pinky because I was quite a big fan of the Animaniacs cartoon when I was a teenager, I guess, rather than kid. So we want to go to the end of this, basically. Cool. Well, we want to send you up there because you're mostly going to be building them. Now find our straight rail again. Straight rail, straight rail, straight rail. That's straight rail. That. And like that. Got an invitation to a team on Friday, Saturday. Not sure when it actually came in. Thinking about it. We have these teams on Twitch. I'm not entirely sure what the purpose of them is, really. I know you get like brands and stuff have teams, and there must be some like proper, you know, why they were created type of thing. But I don't know what that is. I mean, I'm not, as you can probably tell, I'm all a bit new to me streaming. But yeah, I got this invite. I think it's just somebody basically. He's a partner? Not sure actually, he might be an affiliate. One of the two. It's only partners and affiliates that can create teams, I know that much. And I think he's just done it almost as a playing the system in the sense that I don't think the team has any purpose. Other than that's going to be on the wrong side, isn't it? Because that's nuts. Yeah, because that's the load. So I need bum. Okay, so I don't really want to do that. Really, we want the station on this side. So if we put the T junction here, I like so. Now we can stick the loading station here. So I'm not saying that. I'm not going to join the team. I don't, because I don't know if they're really useful things to join. I mean, there's like 1,500 people in the team, and I think it's just being done. I say more power to the guy. For him to sort of increase the number of followers and all that sort of stuff that he personally has. Because I think when you join the team, you're meant to join his Discord and follow him on Twitter, I think. So it's obviously been set up for that particular purpose. Now, whether it then benefits it probably does. So I don't intend this in a cynical sense, but if I'm going to join a team, I want to join one that has some meaning to me. You can join as many as you want, from what it says on the help pages. I'd rather, if I'm going to do that sort of stuff, might as well do it, for a reason, as it were. Not just because some person who, to the best of my knowledge, has never watched one of my streams, inviting me randomly. So that gives us 8 lanes coming in. So we can sort of hook them up over here. Probably better to, if I flip this round. So would that be G? Yeah, there we go. So we'll hook it up there. This one's fine, we can just hook them up at the end here. And then we want to find the belts again. Feeling the after effects of my gardening adventures yesterday. All a bit sort of stiff and sore. So really, if that would be coming up like that, so it's going to be across there, I would suggest. So this is what it's here. So I'll tidy this up a bit. Move Pinky into the middle to finish off all the miners. I kind of, this is the sort of weird thing to me about why I love, that I love Factorio, in that it's quite grindy, this, when you think about it. I mean, it's particularly grindy at the moment because obviously, we don't really, we shouldn't really be tackling these patches, I don't think. I think really we should be getting out and finding the big patches, or bigger patches, to make it worth a while. These piddling ones are sort of almost counterproductive, I think. Considering the number of, modules and stuff we actually need to make. Trying to do so with tiny little patches, as I say, is probably a bit counterproductive, but I say this is very much a learning... Oh! What's happened there? This is very much a learning exercise for me. Right, so that should be there. Right. Very much a learning exercise. So we want to dogleg here somewhere. There's probably the easiest. And then across there. Should blueprint that as well. Thinking about it, but yeah, whatever. And then, so if you're going to be connected there. So that's there. That one there. Obviously, this is only a half line. Oh, I put the wrong one in. Okay. I put it the wrong one in. We want that one. We also want that one. Like that. Okay. So if we move Pinky up, we'll finish that off. Connect this here. Make sure all the miners are running. Does that radar cover everything? Yes, it does. Excellent. Okay. Oh, that's not connected, so that's a fix. Oh, I've not got any belts, have I, though, so Pinky's going to have to do that. Do. So I can't see any flashing. Everyone seems to be running. Cool. Okay, so what we should be able to do... Can I do that? So I've got trains with this stop 2. So that one's to iron 2, iron 2. Iron 2, iron 2. Got all the modules trapped in that. What I could do then is get one of these trains swapped over. So that's iron 2 unload, isn't it? If I flip that to manual for the time being, we want to rename this. So this is my old, this is how I've done naming before. And I say well, it's not actually. Because this needs to be iron 2 load 2, I guess. Yeah. So let's find that train again. Where's it gone? It's over here. Iron 2. I say this is not a good naming system I've come up with. But I don't think I'll solve that on stream because I need to sort of sit and think about it, how I want to do it. I think it's going to be more interesting to... No, you're not load. If that's a loading, you need to fill We'll wait 2 minutes. We don't want you going there anymore. So I want you to do load before unload. So I want you to go there, please. It should turn up here. If it turns up here, then we know we have some sort of success. Is it coming? It's having to come quite a long way, you see. I think that's it there, is it? Yeah. So it should be arriving now. Here we go. Cool. Yeah, so what we'll do, we'll go and add a new train, you know, that's a duplicate of that one. Now you should have the train on you. You do have a train on you. Right, so we can send Pinky back. Back where? Back here. So over to here. To there. And then what's our quickest way around? It's really quicker if we go over the top, actually. Also lets me have a look at this and see how much landfilling might be needed in this situation if we end up coming across here. Yeah, so we'd have to properly landfill. It's not just a quick fill in, because we don't want to connect up to that track. Yeah. Oh dear. I mean, what I'm going to do, I mean, if I'm going to do that, you know, if I'm going to, you know, exploit all of these into these, you know, patches inside of our walls, I will do it off stream, because it's just me repeating this exact same process over and over, really. So I don't know that, you know, I need to show it as such. You get the idea. You know, it's going to a patch with a train, set of train lines, slapping down a load of which way are we going? Where are we going? We're going to this one, aren't we? Slapping down a load of liners, and then, you know, hooking it all up and sending the trains around, and that's just it, repeated ad infinitum. It's just, as I say, it occurs to me that it's not actually all that. Actually, I want to take that out because I don't want these bots. Don't want these bots sticking the stuff in their chests. Right, so line 2 must be down the bottom somewhere. But yeah, you know, so I say, and I think that's one of the mistakes I've made before. Another one of the mistakes I've made before when I've been trying to Megabase. Now, which one are you? You're the other one. It can also mean if there's less trains flying about to that other patch, you know, that becomes a bit more efficient as well. So the next train back should be the one we're after. So what we can do is we can plop in these to sort of block the train so that we can copy and paste the instructions, and also get it filled up and ready to go. Are you coming? Where are you? Is this it here? Are you the one? Are you the one? Iron to, load to. Yes, you are. So we want to copy and paste the instructions. We want to copy and paste the filters. Iron to, load to, iron to, unload. Excellent. So we'll send you off. So that should hopefully, over time, slightly, we will take a while to really get the iron sort of flowing through the system properly. Obviously, as you can see, this is now backed up the stone because, the landfill, which I think was actually probably eating it all, is not there, and we're not getting any real demands for, stone brick as such because we're not doing any science. I can turn that back on. You're all fine and dandy. So yeah, so what we need to do now, basically, is design our, outposting system. Now, to do that, we've got lots of pod modules coming in. That's good. But not really needed at the moment. To do that, what I'm thinking is almost like a multi-tiered approach to it, where basically, because we want to be, one of the things I'm not actually sure how many, I think I've only got like 5 artillery wagons made, sort of thing. Will it tell me? So it's got 10. I don't know how many I actually want to have on the train, because what I'm thinking, basically, it's sort of a multi-tiered approach where we drive out with a bunch of artillery trains, and I set down, a temporary station. We go out, we'll bring a couple of spiders with us, and we make a train track. There you go, you see. So it's sort of feeding in more iron, and that'll take a while to really catch up with itself. But as you say, it's sort of not really filling the chests or anything, so. But there you go, there's another train then. So it's slowly catch up with itself. Yeah, so the idea will be, I'll go out and I'll set a, logistic station, like a temporary artillery rail station with loads of lasers on it, and we'll stamp that down. We'll have some spiders with us. We'll do the exploring with a logistic artillery train. How many how many things I want to have it, I don't know. But we go out, exploring with that, and then when we find a patch that we want to exploit, we plop that down, as a sort of a starting point. We leave it for a while, maybe go ferrying back and forth, because I don't actually know how many shells the train carriages, the artillery carriages hold actually. But basically, it ferries a bunch of back and it clears out a nice space around it. I put that down. The idea is I put that down next to the patch, and then I'll have a set of blueprints that I use to build it up into an actual production area. And each one will have two pickups on it, basically, is what I'm currently thinking. Oil will be different, but because I'm not gonna do local processing for oil, but for stone, iron, copper, maybe uranium. But am I going to ever need a uranium outpost? There's quite a lot locally. But for all of the main resources, there'll be both local processing and the actual raw patch itself, and we'll be picking up both local, the actual process material, and raw material. Raw material and some processed will come back here, to feed the bus to make all the stuff that we need. And then the process material will go to our science builds, and every science build will use basic process material. So it will use iron plate and copper plate and stone bricks. Obviously stone, for if it needs that recipe sort of thing. But I won't do. My original plan was entirely localized science production. So in other words, if it needed iron plate, I would bring in iron ore and smelt it locally. But having now planned out the purple science or worked out how big it is, I think that's impractical. So I say, what we need to do is design a sort of modular, placing on top um, outposting system. And I've got an idea how I'm going to do that, but it's going to take a bit of experimentation. So what we need to do, as I say, we need the train carriages. So I suspect I'll end up with maybe 4 rail, because I don't want that to be too big. Because obviously, if I'm going to slap a outpost on top of it, I don't want one of these gigantic, curled up things. And what I'm actually thinking is that the train can still, we can do like we're doing with the defensive walls, where the material the actual shells get dropped off every so often to an actual proper, because I can't remember, let's just quickly check, that's quite important, because I did set this thing up here, didn't I? Yeah, but I didn't put artillery on it, and this train just keeps blasting back and forth. What's it got in it? So it's got a single carriage. So we may need to rethink this, basically. Probably, I mean, we got way too much nuclear fuel there, so we could make all of that artillery, and basically, a bit like our existing walls, it turns up, puts a bunch of because I want the outposts to have mostly lasers, but also gun turrets. It's almost like a backup if power fails or there's some issue. There's turrets, gun turrets with uranium rounds to take care of things. We won't bother with flamers, but as I say, I need to design all of that. We need modular walls so that we can do all of that process remotely using Spidertron. Because I'll explore with the rail thing, and then we'll just have I'll leave the spiders there, or maybe ferry them back and forth to do the actual building, and I'll go and then find another patch, that sort of thing. But yeah, this train. Okay. Yeah. I think we can use this, because this is also why I want to hook the trains up to the same network, because I want to use that, but it needs rethinking, I think. Right, so let's order up some trains, some tractor units. So, how many? Let's grab 10 of them, because that'll give us some stuff to play with. And then, how big am I going to make the... If we grab 20... Have I got room for 20? I don't think I have. So what else is going to have? It's going to have smelting, but I've got a spider with smelters on it somewhere, haven't I? Because this is the other thing. We're going to need an army of like remotes and spider bots. So this has got defensive stuff. So we want red. Yeah, you've got smelters, but only I say only 100. Do we need more than 100? Probably not, actually. And belts and yeah, so it's pinky. So we can send you up. I say we'll do some. Well, oops. Don't want you getting stuck. We'll do the designing over here because nice big empty space. And then who else wants to go up there? We want you, probably. No, I don't think I need all that as well. We need green. The others I'll just sort of leave and assume. I'll get them if I need them, sort of thing. Okay, so we'll get in green and we'll head up. Yeah, so there we go. We got green circuits properly flowing through again now. I've got these entire 2 4-lane belts not doing anything, but what I normally do with certainly with the copper is feed it into the what should we call it? The lightweight structures, because that gets very hungry. We've only got a small amount of production of that, but it gets very hungry. But I'm not doing science because we need modules more than we need science, really. Now, where are we going? We're going over there. Okay. So, if we make an assumption that, let's go here. So we make an assumption that there is a ore patch here that we want to grab. I'm kind of going to role play this and sort of think it through. So there's an ore patch we want to. I'm going to represent. Obviously, the miners won't go down, but there is a nice sort of 40 million ore patch here, and we end up with what's that? 2, 4, 6, 8 lanes of material coming in. Okay, so I'm approaching with a train this way. So we're laying down train. And how big is our artillery wagon train? So I think I ordered 10 of them, but it's only brought me 5. Because I'm sure it said there were 10 in the network. Oh no, I only ordered 5. Okay. So, 3, 4. So so there you go. So it's longer than a single straight piece at the moment. I'm not sure that's a good idea. So how many? Oh, does it only have one? We should have brought some artillery shells over. How many does it hold then? Because the normal train only holds 5. Okay. Oh, and obviously I could manually fill it up with loads. I thought it had a big, inventory. Okay. So I'm not sure 5 is sensible, but we do want a few. So maybe we end up with 4 and 4, and that then fits in a single piece of straight rail. Okay. Or maybe we double end it and it's 2, 4, 2 basically, like our normal stations. And then if I end up having to have a special, artillery thing, I could, easily stick it in here. It's the same size, and that's not a problem then. So that makes sense. I should have some rocket fuel on me, haven't I? Yeah, there we go. So we can get this to move at the very least. Okay. And what do we want this to actually do? We want it... Oops. In fact, I think I'm going to move that back out of the way. There we go. Give us a bit more room. So that's our straight rail piece coming in. Okay. Because what I'm thinking, basically, is we have smelting at the top. So it's effectively like an L shape. So the patch is here. And then there's one sort of train loader here. Right? And alongside it is almost like a another. Now, would it be? No, it'd have to be a little bit further over. Or do I load on both sides? Because this is raw material, basically. So this is raw iron ore, for example. So we want a station. Have I got stations on me, or has Spidey got some? Has that gone in my... It has, so I don't want to do that. So this is, you know, a loading station for raw ore, basically. Like this. So this is matched up to our, you know, normal system, so we can bring our normal trains in and load them with raw material. But we also have a bypass here. Because the reason I want that is because then I can give all the trains, like, you know, generic names and stuff. Not give the trains, give the system generic. Yeah, give the train stops, sorry, generic names, and set, you know, maximum number of trains and all that sort of stuff. So the first question is, do I have this come in and go out? You know, do I, you know, do that so it can go in and out? And then we maybe, because we need to do stacking, and ideally we want to do multiple stacking. So what I could do, because what I'm thinking, as I say, is that this then is where we, oops, I'll do that. This then is where we have our big old trains. That's not really going to work, is it? Because no, it's not going to work because why is it not going to work? Because some of our science is going to use raw materials as well. For example, raw stone is going to be used in purple science. So I need the big trains to load up with raw stuff as well. So if I'm going to do this, it needs to be more like 2 parallel stops, I think. It's probably less, you know, complicated as well in this sense. Yeah, so we kind of need 2 parallel stops. That might make it easier to, or is it going to make it more complicated? We'll have to see. So say what I'm now thinking, basically. Oh, have I got? We've got some smelters, aren't we? So the smelters are sort of up here, for example. You know, in a beaconed, you know, modular, actually, like that. Because what I was initially thinking is we have one load here, you see, and I can, I need to download a big balancer. But there's a big balancer around here. Or maybe down here or something. And part of the material sort of goes, you know, back again to feed a raw loading thing. And part of it goes up here and, you know, feeds these. And then their output comes back down and feeds a train here. So instead what we could do is it still comes across like we could move this down effectively. Or we have the stacker in this space, as well as actually the artillery and military stuff unloading could go here. Yeah, that makes some sense. And what we do instead is we sort of feed these maybe across the rail, you know, or we have a balancer here and it goes across the rail, and we have the loading of the raw material here, like that. Whoops. But only half of it, you know, and the other half goes up past the stations, gets smelted, and then comes back down again and feeds into this train. Yeah, I like the notion of that, because then we can have a universal stacker. A difficulty, well, it's not difficulty as such, but because we could have the trains go out this way, or, you know, loop back round to connect here, and effectively treat them like single-headed. Because the advantage with double-headed is you can do single-headed anyway. You don't have to do double-headed. You just have to be slightly careful of, you know, where your actual trains are, you know, the tractor units are. The other option is we feed them back out, you know, we go out this way, so they come in and out. The problem with that is it gets very complicated, you know, because we also want the stacker. Oops, system on the input. Is that complicated? Or am I just thinking it's complicated? It's complicated for the military train, because if we say the military train is going to be somewhere in the middle, how does that work, as it were? I think I prefer the idea of treating them as one-way trains, because it's going to be slightly more compact, even though they are double headers. So in other words, we have this connect. Effectively, this becomes a giant loop. So it loops back round, you know, to our out point here. Or at least, you know, we could put a T-junction. Yeah, okay. I like that as a plan. So how does that work? So first thing we want to do is kind of plan out the smelting area, so that we've at least got that built. And we'll make the assumption that material is going to come up and go back down in whatever orientation we end up using. So, do I because we can have both of our sets of chests in the middle, or we can have both on the outside. 2, 4, 6. I think both on the outside is going to be easier sort of to put together. But how would I actually do it? I mean, I don't need these to be 2 apart if we do that. How long is that? So that's that long. Because obviously then there's a train, you know, carriage there, carriage there. Oops. Is that there? Possibly. Yeah, that there. That there. There. Could have splitter like that, maybe. It's kind of uneven in terms of the material, but don't know if that's an issue or not. So this then, if this is, you know, the thing going up, have I got? I have. Then we would need, because we want this to be compact, and we can do that, but it's a little crunchy sometimes when you're trying to do that. So we want room on the sides, don't we, rather than the top and the bottom, because if we're going to have stuff coming up and down, then we want to feed it on the sides. So how do we want to align them? We want, I guess we could just do it as a loop in a sense. So I actually move this over. What does that look like? So in fact, we can move that up a bit. Is that the maximum? No, that's the maximum length. So we want that there, because we need a bit of room, because we're going to have to spaghetti to make this double lane. So we do want a bit of room. Okay, so that would come out there as its maximum. Not a massive fan of that, to be honest with you. Because what will happen is the inserters there will fill these chests. You know, we'll end up with effectively like a curve of material. So this will have a lot more in it than this one. And that's not a problem as such, unless there's like a, you know, if these trains are turning up quite quickly, we want all of these inserters to be doing their jobs, or as many of them as we can, sort of thing. I mean, the other option is just to accept, you know, that that's going to happen, and have fewer inserters essentially, and then because blues can't pick up as much material, you know, you end up with stuff going into all of the chests. Yeah, I think we'll go with that approach. Okay, so this would be coming down this way from somewhere. Except I don't want to do that. Oops. I want to do that. And then beacons. No, that's wrong, isn't it? I need to... is it? So it's not quite enough room there. So I need to move one. Oops. How do I want to... that. Sorry, I'm trying to do thinking. Always a struggle. No, that's wrong, isn't it? Oh, no, that's right. In the sense of, it makes them tileable. I'm trying to make them universally tileable. So basically, you know, if this is full up, it'll have the two options of where to put its stuff. And it kind of depends on, you know, how much material is being processed and blah, blah, blah. And it'll put it out wherever it can. And then I can just, you know, this is universally copyable. You know, I'm not, there's no, you know, number one, it, because you could, another way of doing it is you can put, you know, get this to put on the other side. So you would have, you know, one coming out there and one coming out there and alternate them. But if we give both the all of them the option, then they'll just sort themselves out, basically. What I'm wondering is the tileability, because I want this tileability this way. So, because that's maximum 2, 3. Is that right? So it's got. Oh, it won't tell me because there's no power. 3, 4. So 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So that's 12 beaconed. If we. It does make copying them a bit difficult though, because it doesn't, you know, it's now offset, but it should be 2, 1, 2. Oh no, that's not in the right place, is it? It's not in the right place. Because that needs to be there. Why has that not worked? Because that's 1, 2, 3, 4, so that's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4. Because that's as far over as that can go. I guess I need to move these over. It doesn't reach. These must need to be offset then. I mean, there's always that. You can always do that. It doesn't matter in a sense. I'm trying to get maximum sort of compression. I did do it on my test map, but I can't remember how I did it. So it doesn't matter as such, it only saves you a tiny amount of space. I normally do the 3 corners because it's a lot easier to remember. You can just, you know, mentally do that a lot easier. But so you can compress things up a lot more. Not a lot more, a little bit more. Okay, we'll go with that then. So then this should be just repeatable like that. Has Pinky got... Somebody's got some modules and stuff, haven't they? There we go. So this is the stuff coming in. Now, does that line up with our next train? It doesn't, does it? It's too far over. That's not too much of a problem. Okay. I say it's not too much of a problem. Is it a problem? I suppose if we leave a bit of space, we can always... So I could move this, up. So that is... Oh no, I can't move it up, can I? Because then I won't be able to have train stops on it. Okay, so that's not... Can't do that. Yeah, I'll just leave... There'll just be enough space, I guess, so that, we can do whatever. In fact, we could line it up so that the first one is, wherever our actual station ends up being. Let's pick that up. In fact, might as well do that now. So if these are the two stations, then we have... basically, because this is the other thing you've got to remember, we're going to have 2 4-2s and something else like on the same system. In fact, that needs to go further down, doesn't it? Yeah. So if we make a bit more space, so if we make these, so if that's that there, so yeah, I'll put it there. Pick all of this up. We'll get there eventually. Well, I've said on number streams before, this is actually the bit of the game I enjoy the most. I'm not convinced it's the most thrilling viewing though, but that's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4. Another one there. And that needs to be like that. And then this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And I suppose what we can use the middle for is like the refueling thing, because that's going to get quite complicated. Because basically, let's say we're going to have the mismatch. I need to be able to, on both sides, fuel 4, but also not miss these. And we can put all of that in the middle, I think, can't we? Because, yeah. Yeah, we'll be able to put, oops. Oops. No. Oh, crikey. Yeah. We're able to put there, and so long as we filter the the actual trains, they won't load nuclear fuel into the carriages. Yeah. Okay. So that'll be fine. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then we want 4 on the end. 4. Ooh. Thank you, Peter1, for the raid. That's very kind. Crikey, gone up to 8 viewers. Thank you very much. Is it Peter1? P11? I'm not quite sure what to do about that. I just sort of to the people coming in. I mean, I'm a new streamer. I don't know exactly what happens in such situations. But thank you, I say thank you very much for the raid. I'm basically trying to design my outposts. Just been playing Factorio. I love this one. Yeah, it's great. It's my favourite game of all time. It's so head and shoulders. It is, you know, by far and away the best game I've ever played. But what I'm trying to do, the aim of this sort of series of streams, is I'm trying to make a Megabase. I played that, well, literally nearly 2,000 hours, and I've never done a Megabase. So, you know, like thousands of science packs per minute. And I say I'm trying to do that for the first time, but I'm not trying to do it on how I would do it. You know, do it myself, as it were. Oh, and thank you for the follow. That's very kind as well. And as I say, I've never done it, but I'm not trying to use. I don't want to use Blueprint, and I'm not saying I don't mean that from a point of view of, you know, if other people use Blueprint, and I'm going to use Blueprints because I need balancers, and I haven't a clue how to do big balancers, but yeah, so I'm trying to sort of do it myself, as it were. And at the moment, so what we've got, I mean, this is the base. We've already launched a rocket. We've technically finished the game. This is a bus, you know, that's done that already. What we need is lots more materials in order to make, you know, modules and, you know, furnaces and all that sort of stuff for the eventual big science builds that, you know, I'm planning on doing. But I'm trying to work out how I'm going to do outposts, because I want to do a sort of a modular, tiered modular science posts. So, you know, we lay down like an artillery thing. It clears out an area. We put down a, you know, smelting area. We put down you know, the miners, and, you know, build up the outpost like that. And then we put defenses around the edges and all that sort of stuff. But so I've never really done that at scale. So that's what I'm trying to do. Trying to design that today. You just stream for 2 hours. Yeah, I've played. I mean, it's difficult to do it on stream, but, you know, I mean, like a lot of players, I've, you know, lost hours and days to the game. It's really, really fun. So in terms of, I mean, how have you finished? I mean, are you new to the game? Have you played, you know, to completion? Have you mega based yourself? What's your sort of, where would you say you are at in the game? Looks amazing. Well, thank you very much. I say it's a lot of what the problem I'm trying to get over is these. I mean, you look at this one. This used to be I think it was about 10 million iron ore, and now it's, you know, less than a third of a million. So, no, less than 500,000. So I'm trying to get out, because when you get out, you know, into the far reaches, you get patches with like 100 million, you know, ore in them, and we need to get out to those, basically. I say that's why I'm designing these outposts. Right. So if this is our 2 options of trains, so if we call this, right, if we just call it raw pickup, oops, and we call this one, I jumped in the train there. We call this one what, process pickup? I'm terrible at naming trains, train stations. Right, so what we can do straight away is put in the fuel side of things. So we plot them. So we're never going to need fuel there for those 2, but we will for these. So the idea is to make this very modular, so that now, so if that was a 242, then we would need to refuel there. But otherwise, it's going to be a 484, isn't it? So actually, we just need those there, like that. A few hundred hours, but only touched the surface. I've got to head out, but just thought I'd pass on some of our awesome community onto you. If you're ever free, feel free to pop into our streams. Yeah, I'd love to. I mean, I'll follow you back once I've done, you know, once I've stopped. Is it Peter? Is that how you say your name? But So I'll follow you back, but I say I'm a bit of a new streamer, so it's a bit complicated for me to multitask at the same time, especially playing a game like this that's so complicated. But yeah, I will. I'll follow you back and etc. And I say welcome to all those that joined from the raid. So I've done a few. I mean, I've been streaming this, from beginning. So I would characterize myself as kind of, how to put it, good at the basic game. This doesn't look right. Why is that not? If that was a 242, then this would be the carriages there. But yeah, so if that pulled in as a thing, a 484, yeah. It looks like those should be in the middle rather than slightly off to the side, but that does make sense. Okay, so then we need to be able to fill up. We need to be able to fill this with raw. No. Yes. Need to be able to fill that one with raw. Have I misaligned that? No, I think that's okay. Pete. Yes. Thank you very much. So if this was an 848, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, that's only 7. Why is that only 7? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, it's 8. There we go. But then we need the extra 2 if it's a 242. I may well have set myself too complicated a challenge here, but we'll see how we go. Okay, so then this needs to feed through out the other side for this one, and all of these if it's a 484. Like that. The idea is the 484s are going to be for the big science builds I'm going to do, but we still need to keep the bus fueled, and the bus is using 242 trains. I prefer. There's a lot of rubbish talked about whether single-headed or double-headed trains are better, and I say rubbish because the reality is it's personal preference. It's what you prefer, because you can. I've actually done a lot of testing with them, and you can set up your test to prove whatever you want to show. The whole thing of, single-headed trains pull out the station quicker and clear the station quicker. It depends how you've designed it, and things like. I mean, you can set up tests of races between the trains, and basically, depending on how long the track is and how you've designed your station, how you've done your stackers, that's what determines which is quicker. And you can do, and obviously, you could put more. A 484 could also be a 88. You could do that, but then you're gonna all you're really gaining, because you hit the maximum speed quite quickly then, and that's all you're gaining. You're just gaining acceleration. They can't go faster than the maximum speed. So as I say, I prefer the double-headed train because I prefer doing stations like this basically that pull in. So I tend to prefer doing that sort of a station, and it's just a personal preference, as I say. I've actually done single-headed trains for my wall defences. So these are, there's trains on the back, but they're going in the same direction. So these are actually 2 on the front, oil, all the stuff to restock the walls, and then 3 just to basically, fits into the gap quite nicely, sort of thing. But these belt along at really high speed, but because it's a single, it's basically like, this is my equivalent of, when people put belts all around the walls and fill their turrets. This is my equivalent. I just use trains to do the same sort of thing, basically. There's an attack going on down there. Oh, there was a tank. Yeah, so let's crack on. So, I say the idea is that this is the raw material. This is iron ore or copper ore or whatever. Let's get rid of this. So what we need to have room for is a balancer. I've got to say, I'm going to download a balancer. I won't do that on this stream, but we need a balancer to go into this gap, basically. Right. So we can curve this round here, and this round here. Yeah. So whatever we mine up, will come across into a balancer. Oops. I guess I probably want an 8 balancer, and then if I'm not feeding in 8 lanes, it sort of doesn't matter. What's that? 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 7? 2, 4, 6, 8. Yeah, so it'll be in this sort of space here. The other thing I need, because what I thought about doing is maybe using diagonal stacking. I don't tend to do diagonal stacking because it tends to mess with my head a bit. Oops. So we could potentially do diagonal stackers. And that would give us both then a bit of room. I say, would that work? I don't know how big an 8x8 balancer is. Would it fit in there? Because what we could do... Oh, the other one, we could just go straight stackers, basically. But, so what I'm sort of thinking is we have our... Because I need a military reload area. And that's also where I'm thinking the artillery trains will pull up. So this artillery train. Yeah. That makes sense, I think. I just need to have enough room for an 8x8 balancer. As I say, I don't know how big that is. I mean, it can't be possibly more than 16 wide, can it? Logically. 2, 2, 3, 4. 2, 4. I've lost count. What we got? We've got 5 of them there, so 6, 7, 8. So it's got to fit in that sort of area. Yeah, okay. So we'll leave a little bit more room. Like that. And the idea is that our temporary artillery stop would be here. And eventually, modular blueprints, I convert it into a normal military and fuel drop-off. Okay, so what we need to do is have enough space for us to stack up a number of trains. What happened there? Oh, not enough round. Okay. This way. Yeah, okay. So yeah. Okay. I kind of hate the ghosting thing. I mean, I also love it, but it never plays ball properly. That's not right. What have you done there? Let's just draw these in first. So we need enough room. So I was thinking about trying diagonal stackers, but I think net, it's not going to make any sort of real difference. Now, how many do we want? I mean, I don't want to have too many trains at any one outpost. So maybe if we think about having a maximum of 3 trains of each, so it would be 3 of each type though, wouldn't it? So that's 6 in total. We obviously got 2 in the station, so we need 4 lanes for them to stack into. So 1, 2, 3, 4 at the most. So that's sort of our maximum. So it just goes nuts, the ghosting thing sometimes. Right. We're going to end up with quite a lot of space now. Is that what we want? I mean, that's not a bad thing necessarily. It gives us some options. I have left a bit of straight rail here. I suppose we also do want a 5th lane. So if we've got two trains stacked here and 4 stacked here, then we still want the military to be able to get in. So we do actually want a sort of a pass through. See what I mean? Why is it doing that? Sort of a pass through for military. Yeah, because what I'm actually thinking, I mean, even though having said and having used, so why has it done that? Double-ended. I'm actually going to treat these as single in these outposts. Yeah, treat them as single-headed. So this is actually, I've connected that up, but that's not what I want because this is not actually representative. Maybe if we, let's just pick it up. Right. Yeah. So we need to connect that up there. It's left-hand drive, the system, in case that wasn't obvious. Let's just go and get a bit of rail out of you, because I get a bit fed up with it. Never having any rail. Yeah, okay. So we then want this here. Oh, actually, I was going to T-junction it, wasn't I? That's right. Forgot that. I mean, we could cross those over then. No, let's not do that. Let's not do that. We don't want to create log jams where we don't need to. So yeah, so because we got the old T junction, I'm going to need to make some new straight rail. Right, so did you have another? Yeah, you did. Not enough though. Right, so if this ends up being wrong one. Here. How long do these actually need to be? 4 of them. 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh. I guess it'd be the other way around, wouldn't it? And I could have them come round the corner, couldn't they? Don't need to be. So, 1, oops, 2, oops. Like that. Oops. One more. Connect that up like that. Get rid of you. Yeah. So the idea is I would be laying rail out, straight rail. Where's my straight rail blueprint? Any takers for straight rail. There we go. So we're laying straight rail out, driving the artillery wagon. We find a nice big patch. I line it up. I put a T-junction on. Where's the T-junction? Well, then we lay down the first part of this, which is this part, sort of here, for the artillery wagon. Yeah, okay, you see. The artillery wagon, pulls up, fires off a load of rubbish. I need a load of lasers down around it, because then obviously, because the biters will come in and have a go at us, because they don't like being shelled for some reason. I don't know why. And then it does a few trips back and forth. Spiders are obviously here as well with rockets to protect it. Yeah, I like that conceptually. Now we just need to actually finish off the blueprints and work out how we're going to modularize them. Right. To there somewhere. Oops. Like that. So I had thought about doing diagonal stacker. They can actually be a bit of a pain in the bum, the diagonal ones. Right, so if that's there, does that connect up to our T-junction? Yeah, perfect. So we want that there. Now what have I actually put on that? It's another, like that. So that connects up to our T-junction. Gonna need to signal this as well, aren't I? These are very long trains, so it's probably best if I do chains, just to make sure there's no, they don't head off and crash into anything. I mean, obviously we're going to be quite a long way out, so it sort of doesn't matter, but better safe than sorry, I guess. And then we can use that there. Is that lined up? It's lined up. So we need to put down 2, 3, 4. I think I was going to do. Oh. So if that's like that, then we need. Take that tree out, is what we need. So if this was the artillery. Yeah. So thinking about it conceptually, we again, I'm just repeating myself, aren't I? But we drive up, a couple of Spidertrons. I'm in a Spidertron, or am I? I guess I can only, because I haven't got the You can only control, in vanilla, you can only control one Spidertron, can't you? I guess I could have a set of, you know, I could have a set one of my. I don't tend to use the hotbar anymore. You know, since they did, quick pipette tool and and copy and paste and stuff. But I could set up a row that's just a bunch of spider controllers, and we can have all of the Spidertrons come with us. I'm driving the artillery train. You know, we come out, we find a nice patch that we like, maybe 2 patches together. You know, try and get something with like 100 million ore or something like that. You know, in a close enough area. Then we lay down a blueprint. So I need to modularize this and only have the actual sort of artillery station. But we pull up there, then we set the train to go back and forth quite a few times, because I think I'll have a station sort of in the mix here where I can load up artillery shells. It's going to be a bit complicated, that, because I'm going to need to ferry them back and forth. I mean, this is a single-headed train, so I could connect it to this network and have it load up here. That's a thought. Getting ahead of myself. So yeah, we have a train. It's got loads of tractor units on it, so it should compensate for these being, because they're quite heavy of them, aren't they? Yeah, 4 ton. But it goes back and forth, whole load of trips to do, you know, to clear out a nice area of biters. To do that, you know, we need loads and loads of lasers laid down. So that's the other part of the modularity that I need to do. Okay, so what we'll do then, we'll copy and paste this part, plop it down over here. So this is sort of part 1. Where's the green one gone? Oh! Always surprises me, those. Thank you very much for the follow, Quilty Hope. Quality Hope, sorry. Quilty Hope. Quality Hope, sorry, getting your name wrong, that's not very good. Are they all out of juice? Let's pop another. See if we can't get them charged up. Okay. I'll hop in you, because you've got all my rail. Oh, much more. Is it gonna? No, you're picking the rail up, aren't you? I don't want you to do that. I can't be bothered to set the filter on it. We'll just do it by hand. Let's get rid of them for the time being. So say it's going to become like multi-use effectively. So we'll start off. No, you don't need to lay all that down, lads. No, I'm about to pick it all up. Too eager, you see, too eager. Right, we don't need any of that. Pick all of that up. So I'll leave the signals because they're obviously, you know, useful. I could have multiple artillery trains, couldn't I? Thinking about it. Certainly if I use this, do I want the big thing there is, do I want to cross streams? Because effectively I would then be connecting up my single-headed outer wall train and my double-headed, double direction system. What would be the consequences of that? What we could actually do is we could literally, when I'm doing the artillery stuff, I could just branch off of this, branch off of my thing here. It'll have to be a proper junction because I don't want the walls trains, shunting miles out that way. But we can have a branch off here, for example. I need to do a special wall section to let the trains out, but we then let them go out here somewhere. And once it's cleared the area out, we then connect up the normal train and turn off the artillery. Yeah, because the normal train, restocking of the walls is going to be at this thing here. Once I've changed it over, because it's not got artillery shells on it at the moment. Yeah, I like that plan. Right, so what do I need to do on this? I need to hop out of Spidey. Oops. I guess I should do... No worries from Peter's community. Is he... there's quite a few of you over there, is there? I mean, I've not... I say, I'm quite new to the whole streaming game. I don't know a lot of the big... I mean, I know Nilaus and Dr. Doof, that sort of thing, but I don't know a lot of the sort of big streamers. But yeah... I was actually going to say I should do my... I guess I should do my sort of self-promotion-y, or sort of tell you about me, as it were. Basically, I'm streaming Factorio at the weekends, Saturdays and Sundays. I start at 3 p.m. British Summer Time, and go for about 4 hours. Why I'm telling you this is I'm about to take a break. I need to go and get a new glass of water and take a comfort break. But basically, I stream from 3 till 7 usually. Sometimes 6 if I'm not filling up for 4 hours. But say Saturday and Sunday I stream Factorio, and it's this Megabase series at the moment. My hope is that I'll always be streaming Factorio at the weekend, because as I said when Peter was here, it's my favourite game, and I've played with mods, but only like small mods before, so I've never really played through, like Crashtorio 2 or I mean, would I even try Bobs and Angels? Or like Space Exploration. I've never done any of those, big overhaul mods. So that was kind of what I was thinking we might do after this series. But also there's two achievements I've never done. 2 Steam achievements, which is the 2 speedrun ones, the 8-hour and the 15-hour. I mean, obviously they're sort of the same thing, but shorter. I'm not really into speedruns as a thing. Nephrons and anti-elites are amazing when they do those speedruns, but it's too much for me to do it, that sort of stuff. But another series I could do is maybe try and do those two speedruns maybe, and finish that off. So there's loads of things that I'd like to do, but I also stream. So at the moment I'm streaming Satisfactory on Fridays, also starting at 3, but that's only like a couple of hours after I finish work. Let's clear these trees out. Although I've been kind of getting quite into it, because it really, I mean the devs have said, Coffee have said it's literally 3D Factorio. That's what they aimed to make, when they did it. And I say I've really been getting into it, but because I only do a couple of hours, it keeps like stuttering, so I might try and do some longer streams of that, but not at the weekend, as I say. But also I was thinking about, because I did a series over on YouTube, or tried to do a series on YouTube. Nobody watches on YouTube at all. There's no discoverability is atrocious on YouTube. And basically I was doing a Dyson Sphere program playthrough, and that I really enjoyed that game. Like, incredibly polished for an early access game. But basically, I mean, it only took me about 20 episodes, and I think the streams were about 2 hours. I did quite a bit off stream, but what I was doing off stream was what they've just introduced. And in fact, I think Nilaus has done a new series, and this is why they've just introduced copy and pasting. So like the Factorio copy and pasting, they've just brought that in, and it's really useful, because it was taking hours and hours and hours of clicking to put down even just relatively small builds. And I say I was doing that off stream, and then sort of streaming the more interesting bits. But it actually only, it's about 60 hours, I think it took me, and I really didn't. I mean, I didn't have a clue what I was doing, and so I think that might be a quicker. I mean, they're meant to be doing combat and stuff, so there's probably a lot more to it coming. But I was thinking about maybe doing a series on that again, and because they've done these changes, because what they've done, as well as if you're not familiar with it, as well as the copy and paste, they've also introduced new planets. But to get those, you have to start a new game. So I'd have to start right at the beginning. And as I say, if you're not familiar with the game, you have like a section of the Milky Way galaxy. So you've got like about, I can't remember, it's about 30 stars, something like that. And around different stars are different types of, so it's like black holes and stuff. And so it takes you quite a lot of playtime before you can get to the other stars, because you have to develop these warp things, and that allows you to get to other star systems. But as I say, it takes a good 15-20 hours to get to that point. So in order to see the new planets, I would have to play for about 15 to 20 hours to even get there. So yeah, but that's a really good game. I don't know if you've ever if you've heard of that, and want something different, Factorio, but also the same. Say Dyson Sphere Program is the one I would recommend. But I say Satisfactory is really good as well, but it is very different. It's both very similar and very different, because it is. I mean, a lot of the recipes are the same and stuff like that, but playing it in first person is very different. But yeah, so I'm doing that anyway. So the whole point of that self-promotion stuff was particularly for you guys joining. But basically, I'm doing that because I'm about to take a 5-minute break because I need to get a glass of water and take a little comfort break. But it's literally a little brief 5 minutes, so I won't be gone long. But say I'll have to pop off for a second. So I say if no one's if you're don't worry about hanging around. If you want to go and watch something else, that's more than fine. I say it's just to explain who I am and what I'm about. So I will see you in a few minutes if I can find the right button. Right then. Thanks for waiting. I'm gonna. So I wear one of these. I'm in my 40s, and I suffer from carpal tunnel syndrome. So I have to wear a brace basically on my wrist to stop me twisting it. So if you ever see that flashing across the screen, that's what it is. It means strapping up basically. It's quite funny. Yesterday's stream, I was because I wear through them so quickly. It's because they're all Velcro, and I was saying yesterday, Velcro is a genius invention. Such a simple idea, but the trouble with it is it tears itself to pieces. Because it's a set of hooks basically and loops, and they mesh together. But that therefore means every time you take it apart, the hooks are sort of ripping the hoops. And so they always have Velcro so you can adjust them, and it tears itself to pieces. But in yesterday's stream, I had a couple more delivered, and I was giving live commentary on the delivery guy, which I'm sure he probably wouldn't have appreciated if he knew. Right then, so what we need to do is we need to think. Where did? I bet they're up there, are they? Yeah. Let's go and grab a couple of trains. Oops. So, this would be the artillery pulling in for the first time. 2, 3, 4, 5. And these would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it fits in. What we then need to do is we've got power pole over here. So, because what we want is like millions of laser turrets, essentially. Because, I mean, ultimately the outposts will have both lasers and gun turrets. But what we need for this purpose is, because what happens with the... I'm sure you all know, but when you have... In fact, I could demonstrate it using some of these bad boys. So when you lob off, you know, a bunch of artillery, what happens is the fighters all get together and form a response, basically, and the artillery won't target. Oh, you're just standing there. There you go. And they make a decision of how they're going to defend, and then they head over back to, generally speaking, where the artillery came from. Now, obviously, I can actually see the walls in action as well. What happened? These are all set up with logic conditions so that when it runs, if it uses any ammo or artillery, was actually like a threshold, basically. But if it uses any, enough ammo, then a train gets sent. It turns on the station, and one of these trains, he says, I can't see it. It's got to be here somewhere. Where is it? Oh, I bet. Are they already... They probably raced around somewhere and I just haven't seen it. But one of the trains will basically, respond to this... Oh, here we go. So they all came in as an attack party. So basically we need to have a load of laser turrets down in order to kill off all those biters that come in. Because where we're going with the outposts is going to be, death world territory. It's going to be really dense with biters. So we need to be able to defend ourselves. I'm a bit lost as to where my... They're over here, you see. I guess they must have been responding to other requests, but I say they turn off basically if there's like some ammo and some artillery, and then once it goes past a certain point, they blast round. They refill it further than that point. I think it's so. For example, there's 20 shells. I think is the bottom, but then they'll fill it up to 40, so it will use up some. For a while, and then it will request a train which will fully restock it. But say they work like a loop, and they're really quick. I mean, this is a huge distance actually, and they blast round. And I say there's sufficient stock there that it's sort of not a problem. For them to take a little while to come round. So we want at least a line of turrets. What's that? That's there. Might as well just copy and paste that actually. Like that. I really like that you can blueprint blueprints, as it were, or blueprint ghosts. You don't actually have to put put them down as such. The amount of quality of life stuff in Factorio is just staggering, really. It's because the devs play. I always, I say this. It's obvious why the devs play their own game. And I don't know that that's true of a lot of developers. Probably going to want more on the ends. At the very least. Has that got... Yeah, that's got misaligned, isn't it? There we go, that's better. So put much denser at the ends. Yeah. So we'll have then a second row. I don't need to copy it again, but I forgot. In fact, I might just do this as a continuous row. Yeah, let's do that. I've done a few of the buffs. We're up to about level 10-ish on most of the science. I've had to kind of stop science. We could start it again, actually, I think, because we were running out of material. In fact, let's have a look. How are we doing with modules? Okay, so we're back to needing... We're getting a bit of a cycle of, you know, one sort of circuit runs out, you know, another one runs out, another one runs out. So we're now down to not having any blue circuits. So why haven't we got any blue? I've got... this is a red circuit build. It's plastic is coming from coal liquefaction because I just wanted to do something different. This is a green circuit build. I'll need to double this up, certainly if we do a blue circuit build. But at the moment, blue circuits are just being made on the bus. Oh, I haven't put the modules in, have I? Because we were running out of iron. That was what was stopping us before. I think this is just back to being, you know, not having enough blue circuit production. No, it's not enough green coming in, really, is there, for what we're doing? But it's because they're sped up, but they've not got prods in. So they're running at 150%. So they're eating all the green circuits, basically. Yeah, we'll do a blue circuit build at some point, but so we've not really got the material to support it, so there's kind of no point. Right, so we're going to want a radar down so that we can keep an eye on things. Let's put that... I mean, the biters love to attack a radar, so put one there. I could also put... Is it worth it? I'm thinking about putting roboports in, but because we've got the Spidertrons will be there, you see, and certainly the Spidertrons will send over. Thank you, just lurking around for the follow. But yeah, the Spidertrons that will be there will have repair packs. So long as they don't get blown up, and I can't see that they will, because they'll have rockets in them. We've got a ridiculous number of laser turrets. So I don't really need roboports as well, you know, with construction bots doing repairs. So I don't think I'll bother with that. We'll just, you know what, I'll probably have those, you know, when we're doing these, we'll just have a line of Spidertrons straddling the train. Something like that. Okay, so we need power, obviously. Let's do what? I think it's probably worth putting some redundancy in the power. I say, because if a couple of spitters turn up and, you know, kill off, you know, the you know, one of these, we don't want we don't want a catastrophic failure. So if we put some redundancy in the power, yeah, I think I like that idea. So we now need to hook it up. So all the rail blueprints have power going down them. You know, so they've all got power. So whenever we lay this down, this will be connected to our main base. So that's not a problem. Yeah. So basically, we need a Spidertron. Well, I mean, this one's got rail in it, so we'll need this one to be going along. Why did I get in it then? There we go. So this got loads of rail in it, you see, and that'll let us build the actual thing. And then I think it's the red one that's got loads and loads of laser turrets in it. Does it have It might have radars in it already, but we can fix that. He's already got stations in him, hasn't he? Yeah, he will. I will have. Yeah, I think this works as design. So we just need to hook it up over here. Thankfully, the biters don't tend to attack the large power poles. So put that there. Just trying to think. If I've missed anything, basically. Because all this is a remote. I know people do these bonkers. You know, you see them on Reddit with, you know, they do like a, you know, spiraling thing, you know, going round and round. And I've done a rubbish job of demonstrating that. You know what I mean. But the reality is, I don't know that I'm producing enough. As spirals go, that's pretty atrocious, isn't it? But you know the type of thing where you know, a train turns up with, you know, 50 artillery shells and they all fire off and it's all very spectacular. But I don't know that I'm producing enough artillery shells to support something like that. So we might as well just go with what we can do. And basically, I'll lay this down close to where we will be picking up all the resources, you know, mining the resources, and then we'll just have it go back and forth until it's cleared everything out, and then we'll come back. Yeah, I like that plan. We will see how it eventually survives contact with the enemy. So we want the... Do we want the train stop names? What name has it got? Hang on. Should be called... Yeah. So it's called Arty, short for artillery. We'll give them all the same name. And as I say, we'll hook them up to the outer defensive loop initially. And then we can just have loads of artillery trains, you know, going back and forth, clearing out outpost places for us. Okay, so this is what I guess this is best done with a artillery station. I don't tend to name blueprints because I go with the symbols, and also, you know, you scroll through them, so why do you need names for them? But people have suggested doing, you know, putting them up on Factorio prints, but I don't think I'm sufficiently proud of these blueprints to want to try and do that. Yeah, I like that. Right, so that would be number one. You know, this is iteration one, as it were. And what we would then do, once that's all cleared out, and they've cleared a great big swathe of the map for us, we would then deconstruct these lads, get rid of all of this. And, you know, obviously we've got the Spidertron still there. Yeah, okay. So the second iteration of it needs to be what? It needs to be something that will allow us to build the rest. Oh no, well, I could just use the Spidertrons. I don't need to have it self-assembled, do I? No. But what we do need to do is take those lasers down and have this be a drop-off station for, you know, artillery and all that. We want to keep an artillery, you know, a regular artillery. Have I got any? Yeah, regular artillery turret somewhere here, just to keep the area clear. So we'll need to restock that. I've already set the trains up, I think, to be 111, but what they've got in them is wrong. That's a problem I need to correct. Are they 111? Let's have a look. Yeah, refire this here is going to be the system that, you know, refuels all of both of. It's going to do all of our outposts, all of our science outposts, and all of that stuff. And it's a 111. You can't really tell. At the moment, it's blasting back and forth because it's using nuclear fuel, and the trains don't. It takes ages for them to burn through the nuclear fuel. So this just drives back and forth rather pointlessly at the moment. I didn't really put any particular complicated logic to it, but it's a 111 train, so it's nice and nippy. You see, it'll just stop and then it'll go immediately because it's full. Yeah, so at the moment it's only got fuel and artillery, uranium rounds in, but it needs to have artillery in. Okay, so this here needs to unload. I mean, I can have it going directly into the... Nah, let's just unload it, because I can set up some logic system with this as well. So these need to be passive providers. We want... How many do we want? We want 3, I guess. Let's do them separately. Oh, these need to be filter inserters. In fact, probably filter stacks. I don't think I've got any of them. Can't see any on there. No, okay. So, maybe filter stacks. I can't set the conditions though, can I? Let's just make some. Right, so one of them unloading... What? One of them unloading... fuel. Which is where? Which is there. So one of them unloading nuclear fuel. That could be an ordinary stack, couldn't it? Because that's only single usage, as it were. And then we'll just put 3. So there's enough to refill a single tractor unit. So they takes them so long to burn through the nuclear fuel that's the equivalent of like a stack of 10 rocket fuel, basically. So the other... Whoop, that's wrong. We want uranium ammo. We don't need too much, really, because uranium's going to be our backup. I suppose the other thing it should have in it is repair pack, shouldn't it? Well, I can't set the condition of that, so I have to build one of them. It doesn't have repair packs in it. That train, and it should have. That was an oversight. So we only need a stack of them. And then this is artillery. Again, there's no point in this being a stack filter, is there? If it's artillery. And then that'll be a row of artillery. So it's gonna... So I need to edit that other train, but it's gonna have repair packs, artillery, ammo, and fuel. We'll have it unload 3 lots of fuel, 2 stacks of ammo, 1 row, which is sort of a stack of artillery, and 1 set of repair packs. We then need somewhere for them to drop off the artillery, but we should put in a roboport first. I'm not going to bother with dropping anything else off. If they damage anything that gets damaged, we'll have the bots repair. If we get an attack and it damages the walls, because on these walls, they've got enough to repair everything. So if and when the biters get in and destroy a pipe, they've got replacement pipes in this system. I'm not going to bother with that, because basically, if they manage to destroy a couple of turrets, There you go. You see, I mean, these walls aren't quite heavily enough in terms of defense. They probably need more lasers, but as you see, I really enjoy the designing side of the game. For anyone new who's not seen one of these before, and so I try and do sort of what I think are fairly cool designs. You may disagree, but we've got the old dragon's teeth, and this is because it's meant to be like a clear area for the flamer to fire down. And I mean, we've got landmines on. Landmines are almost pointless in the game. I say flamers and all that sort of stuff. So I try and do, and here's my gates. I need to do a new one to let trains through. But basically, yeah. So I try and do something a bit cool, bit different, bit interesting. Right. So this is the train turning up with stuff. We need power. We might as well have our radar here, and then we need to connect this up. Although, if we look at our other blueprint, the existing things would be. I don't want to lay all of that down. Was it here and here? Something like that. So where are they? So that's exactly the wrong position. So we want one here. In fact, we would already have the radar, wouldn't we? Was it somewhere there? Was that one further up? Something like that, wasn't it? So I don't want to lay down the entire blueprint again because it'll mess it up. So that one's right, but those two are wrong. So this needs to be here. And was it here? Can't have been there because that's not connected. No. There. Which is which? Alright, so this needs to be one further over. And then this can be one further over. You get a lot of this in my streams. I'm sure there's massively more efficient ways of doing this, but I don't care. Right, so what we would have is the core, basically, of this. We would pull up the laser turrets. We don't need to I mean, we could rename this, but it sort of doesn't matter. I'm happy if it stays arty, because we're going to disconnect it then from the outer ring and connect it to the inner ring. So, never the twain should. I'll have to be careful about that, though. I don't want to trap any trains anywhere. But yeah, so that would be there. So, I say, do I want to set up a logic system? I should really, because there's no point trains just blasting around the system. And these could be having to go miles. Okay. What do we want to connect it to? We need the train to come here. I mean, I could just... The trouble is the units are really, really different on these. Repair packs I'm not fussed about because they'll never eat through 100 each time. Artillery, ammo, and fuel, we really need to be restocked frequently. Yeah, go on then. I'm not part of the reason I'm umming and erring about that is I'm not actually making any of the logic systems. I tend to find you can do most of the things without really needing them. Yeah, okay. Is that going to reach? I'm not sure that'll reach. And it's just a very simple thing that I've been doing. So will that reach across there? Which is that... effectively just getting this to say so this is connected to fuel, and we'll basically get it to say, right, if there is, I always lose fuel. There we go. If there are less than 2, no, yeah, if there's less than 2, so there's only 1 bit of fuel left, then we want you to output, and I usually just use a sort of a Mickey Mouse, you know, sender 1, basically. And then this one is connected to ammo. You can do this in a slightly more complicated way, but as I say, a lot of stuff, which is good. I like, it's one of my favourite parts of the game. That how many stacks did I? Was it? Let's just put it for 200 at the moment. So it's 2 stacks. So what we don't want it we don't want it driving over us if it fires a single bullet. We want it to go and have a bit of like my normal wars, where it's like it has to have used up quite a lot of stuff, and then the train turns up, fills it up with loads of stuff, and then it's a while before it needs to be restocked again. So we'll set that to 200, and again we'll just get it to say a 1 basically. Then we want this to be, was it a row? So yes, 10. So if this goes below 5 artillery, then again just send out a 1. And then we want to connect, I'll probably use red wire just to sort of tell the difference. Connect. Oh, of course I can't connect multiple wires, can I? What have I done on my... Because these have multiple... I think I can connect across, can't I? Because I use different wires there. I can connect all of these together, can't I? The outputs, I think. So, because they're all sending out 1, basically. So we want an enable disable. Don't need to send it to the train. We do want it to have a train limit of 1 at this stage. And the enable condition is that if 1 is greater than 0, boom, it will send a train, basically. Ah. 1 is greater than... Oh, I guess there's no power, is there? So they're not actually sending anything out. 5. 1 is great. So why is it not turned on? I might go and connect this to the power, because there should be power over here. Just so we just quickly connect this up. So I'm not sure that they're actually. I don't think they're actually doing anything. But if we get powering, because there should be signals coming out of all of them, saying 1 basically. 1 set to 1. So we'll just Mickey Mouse this over for a second. Right. In fact, let's get some more legs going on. Yes, there we are now. So they're all getting a signal of, or working out a signal of 1, and that's coming over there. If I put, for example, green ammo in, still giving a 1 because the other signals are fine. I don't have any artillery on me or nuclear fuel, so I can't test the others, but we will hope that that's okay. If not, we will fix it. Yeah, okay. The tricky part might be if I'm doing this remotely with spiders, I'm not sure I can actually put robots in. That's a question. We will have to see. Right, so the idea would be that, as I say, I'll line this up next to a patch, basically. and the raw material will come in across here. I need to download some, you know, big balances. So we need a X. I don't know. I guess it probably needs to be something like 10 or 12 maybe, but a 12 to 8 balancer. There's more than that here, aren't there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it needs to be a 10, you know, a 210 balancer. We then have the raw materials being loaded on this side, because I've got a slightly weird situation in that I want to be able to supply both 242 trains and 484 trains, and I need the 242 trains to go to my bus system, and I need the 484 trains to go to my science builds, you know, and rocket part builds and that sort of thing. And both sides, both of those need to have both raw input and some processed input coming in. So this whole outpost is a multifunctional beast. It's not going to do oil. I'll have to think how I'm going to do oil, but it's going to be a multifunctional beast basically. So what we then need, what we actually need, really, is another balancer here, don't we? I guess. Because what I've planned here is the raw material will fill up on this side and also go up and be processed in some smelting. But if we're going to have, I guess it's auto balanced really though, isn't it? I don't actually need another balancer. I mean, I could, but because I'm balancing the raw material and then it's being fed up, you know, to the smelters, I kind of don't need another balancer. You know, it's so long as I put the same number of smelters on for each of these, it's kind of inherently balanced. I hope. We'll have to see. Right, let's get rid of these trees. We need a bit of space over here. Where's Pinky gone? There's Pinky. So, the question is, I guess I could just leave some room and we can belt it around. So if we pick this up, which was my input? That was my input, wasn't I? Because it's obviously not aligned, so we need a bit of space to run the belts back, basically. But what we can do to enable that is just have another like that. Oh. I don't know why I put these in here. No, don't know why they were there. No. Right. So we can just put the smelting like on the edge, essentially. Like that. And then we want, how many we want? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we need 10 lots. Now, oh, actually, we'll put these in first. Obviously, it's belt based. My hope in the Megabase is that I'll be able to do a belt based Megabase just because I enjoy belts more, basically. It's nothing more than that, really. So the bit I can't do without downloading a blueprint, and I don't really want to do that on stream, is the balancing and material feed through. But if we say we've left enough space here to fit some kind of balancer in, make that assumption, then what I could do, I could blueprint this. Yeah, because I mean, we'll have a, let's say, we'll have a T-junction here. If that's there, because what I'm going to need basically is enough room, like here. Oops, like that, to be able to put in like defences. Because we'll have defences up there. I mean, we could move that over a bit, couldn't we? How far over can we move that? So if that was there, what would it look like? So we've got, that's 4 rows, 6 rows, 8 rows, 10 rows. It'd be nice for it to at least be a bit symmetrical, wouldn't it? So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is the middle point. So we could put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if we have that one lined up as that one. Oops. Didn't mean to undo that. So I'll just pop it in temporarily. So if we pick that up. Where does it need to be? So we want, I'm in the middle. So we want 2, 4, 5. So it's roughly in the middle there. But we need enough room to move the belts around. So we want something like that. No. I'm trying to visibly line it up. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I think that's right. So the idea would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And so this is the 6th one. So I mean, there's going to be a load of belt spaghetti in there eventually. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2, 4, 6, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's that one actually. Oh no, it's fine. It's coming up on the right hand side. Let's just do it. Let's put this in rather than mess around. And then we can also move it down. We don't need it to be any further down than that. All that. I've run out. Oops. Like that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so that's lined up where it needs to be. So it would be straight up. Obviously, I say I need to move it down. And this one would be, I guess I'll leave a little bit of room in case we need to put power poles and stuff. That's going to end up being there. That one would be there. This one would be here. That one would be there. Or, yeah, might be more sensible to put the outputs in as first as well. So put these. This is the other reason I don't want to put a balancer in, because it would get even more confusing than it already is. Because basically, I mean, this is the output, and this is the this is like the input, and this is the output. That makes sense. And these aren't, I mean, these aren't going to be, we'll have to see how it goes basically, but kind of expecting, because the trains are going to be carrying so much, like in total, it should sort of just work out. You see what I mean? I'm happy to have more trains. What have I done there? Because that's the wrong one, isn't it? So that's the output, that's the input. Input, output. Oh, I simply put the belt the wrong way around, that's fine. And then this would be the input. Oops, like so. I can see why people do use other people's blueprints. Must make this sort of thing a hell of a lot easier. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4. So this should be the central one. It's bound to be a better way of organising these, but I don't care again. Right. So you need to go. I'll try and get a little bit of symmetry going on. So I'll try and do them at the same levels. It's not quite going to work because it is not symmetrical. We get some of a bit of a feel of that. In fact, actually, why am I looping them back? Would I not be better? Do that. I mean, everyone loves spaghetti anyway, don't they? That's a proven fact, that. So, actually, that needs to be connected to that. Thanks all for sticking with me as I make a mess, by the way. It is appreciated. At the very least, maybe a lesson on what not to do. So has that kind of worked out? What's happened there? Because that's the same level as that. There. I guess it's had to take a slightly different route. That'll do. We can move these slightly down a bit. I could organise that a hell of a lot better, but as I say, I'm not entirely sure I quite care. Oh, it's not taken there. That's all right. So I can put them at maximum extent and stuff. I might do a tidy up pass. I just want to kind of get the blueprint so it at least functions. Or would in theory function. Yeah, so what I'm thinking is our second modular blueprint, our sort of second layer blueprint, is the rail side of it, and also the new military, as it were. So that stuff We want the train stop names. Did I? Actually. Yeah, they're just called raw and processed pickup. Okay. Oh. Must have hit the E key by mistake. So this is then, the second version is literally just the rail. You know, and the new military. So get rid of that. All of that. In fact, we can just turn that off. Turn that off. Turn them off. No. We want it to have the... Yeah, we actually want it to have the refueling side of it. But for that to work, we need power. So, is that going to reach? Are you going to reach? So we'll put in... we will put in... That's a bit annoying. Okay, let's see if we can... Oh, that'll do. Put in these all the way down. If we can. That overlaps, that's a bit annoying. Like that. And then we also need roboports in it. I could put roboports actually on this side, make it look like I was intending to have this spaghetti mess. Put one there. Because this way we can set the trains up kind of independent of how much smelting we do or don't do or any of that sort of stuff. And also gives me the opportunity to, say, work out what sort of balancer I want to stick in and how I'll fit it in and how I'll hook it up and all that sort of business. Yeah. Yeah. So let's trial that blueprint. See if that sort of works. Don't need, excuse me. So we don't need that one. Don't need any of the belt, or the inserters, or the boxes, or the undergrounds. But we do want the signals. We don't want the splitters. We do want the chests. We want the signals. We want the substations, and the big power lines. Roboports we want all but the one we've got. So I'm not making any of the logic systems on the bus at the moment. I guess I'll have to add them on. Train stops we want the filter inserters, and the stack filter inserter. We want them providers. I've not set a condition on the... That's annoying. So we want these to request up. Well, let's just do 2. I could obviously, I could refuel at either end. You know, the whole point of, you know, the trains is they're gonna move resources about. But once I made the realization that my original plan was that all of the science builds would fit inside this. So I've walled myself in, and we've got artillery keeping everything clear. And my original intention was that I would put the science builds in here and the rocket parts and all that sort of stuff. I was woefully, and say this is where not knowing how to do, you know, megabasing, kind of is one of the places it bit me in the bum, in that there is nowhere near enough space to do that. I started work on the purple. I'm using creative mod basically to try and work out, some of the builds. And when I came to do purple science, I mean, it's like that entire area just for the steel and iron smelting. And it's like, well, if it's that big, where exactly would I put it? I mean, I could landfill all the water and there still wouldn't be enough room. And that's just purple. There's also obviously green, blue, military, and I haven't even started on gold. I bet that's even worse. And then there's all the rocket parts. So we're going to have outposted science, basically. I mean, I might do a couple of them inside, but we're going to have outposted science. So that means I've then got to, if the trains are basically going from the outposts to the science builds, how am I going to fuel them up? And both are outside the walls. So how do I get fuel to them? They've got to fuel them at one end or the other. And I just figure we might as well fuel them at the outposts, is what I'm thinking, basically. As in the material outposts. But yeah. Right. I didn't do the actual blueprint. I've set the requests now, so we got that bit. Right, so take that one out. We don't need any of them. Don't need any of them. Do need all of them, so we need the rail. We need the requesters. We need the signals. We need the power. We need the rope. We don't need 5 robots. We need the... I mean, obviously, a lot those would overlap, so it wouldn't actually be putting all of those down, but it's like a modular thing. We want the train stop names. We don't want the trains. Right. So this then is what we could have the symbols be, say, because the point of this is to be able to set up trains to be able to go back and forth. So we could call it, I don't know, but it's military as well. We could have nuclear fuel and maybe a miner. Electric mining deal. Oh, hello, Native Binky. The disadvantage, or how it's spelled, is if the outpost is way out there, you also need to cover a lot of area to actually bring the fuel out. So rethink that situation. Okay, I will give it some more thought. But as I mean, the science builds are going to be outside the walls as well. So I I'm going to be using a lot of real estate anyway. Because the other option is I just, move my walls out basically until I've got enough space. But the trouble with that is it's pretty damn tedious, basically, because I've done, and I could rework all the wall designs, but I've got walls that involve like loads of concrete and all that sort of stuff. So moving them is actually going to be quite painful. I say the other option, is I could refuel at the science outposts, and they're going to be more permanent. Obviously, once they're done, they're done. These I'll probably have to, redo. So that could be an argument. And these will probably be further away. So as you say, it might not be the best way to do it, but yeah, we'll see. We will see. This is all a learning exercise for me, anyway. So. Right, so this is the next part, next sort of modular thing, which is the pickup stops and the new military and stuff to refuel trains. I'm happy with that, I think. So let's go and have a look at it. Let's test it, as it were. I say we would end up picking all of these up like this. So this would all go. Oh, I didn't need to pick up the station. And then we would come along and we would plop this on top. So everything's blue. Well, apart from obviously where it's overlapping the temporary power lines I put in. So we would plop that down. It puts all of the stacker in, puts all of the new stations in. Yeah, okay. Yeah, try it out the way you do it. Got it, and the other thing you can't do it. The silence, like you said. Yeah, so I mean, I might end up. I'll be totally honest. I might do the science build with refueling on it as well, and then if it turns out that refueling at the outposts is impractical, I can just sort of delete it out of the blueprint and take them out, as it were. But say we need to get the outputs put down, because I say, because the part of the problem that I kind of need to work around is the whole fact that I'm double purposing. In fact, I'm like quadruple purposing all of the outposts. I've a suspicion that that's an extremely bad idea, but as I say, might as well give it a go. Right, so it's actually 9 fully 12 beaconed furnaces technically to fill a line, but we're going to have a lot of material going into these, and what happens if you do 9 is one of them tends to sit idle quite a lot. So what we'll actually do is I'll probably do 6, I think I worked out, per line, and then I say, because there's material going being used in this system, that's more than enough to do it. In fact, probably not have to use that much. But I mean that from a point of view of what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to copy and paste this as a as a thing, and then this, if you see what I mean. So we'll do another blueprint that is basically the. So I will have to redo this one because I need this balancer, and so I don't want to bother doing it, going and downloading it now. But effectively we'll have a blueprint here that we can lay over the top. Now, if I get rid of these, I'll keep the train stops, so we don't need any of the rail stuff. The idea with this is I'll do another version that is like oil, because I need a separate version for doing oil, basically. And we can actually have double purpose the oil one, because we don't need to do any processing here. I can redo, basically I can have the 8 and the 4 done separately in the oil version. Right, so I guess if we keep the first row of furnaces, might as well. We'll keep, obviously, we don't need the substations on it. Obviously there's the modules, we got the power stuff, we want all the inserters this time. Beacons, inserters. We obviously don't need the ropo ports, but it'd help with line. Well, will it? No. Right, if we take them out. Well, I wish I could zoom. Can I zoom in? No, I can't zoom in, can I? It's a bit tiddly. Right. That was rather fiddly. Yeah, let's take the robo ports out. So we've got the stations to help me line it up. I've got the curved track anyway, so that doesn't matter. I say I will have to do something in terms of inserter. I could always do that separately. That could be a separate thing that I chuck in depending on how many rows, rows that I've got coming in and coming out. I could have the whole book, you know, a balancer book, as it were. But yeah, that's that one, I think. And this is smelting and station. Let's give that a go. So basically this would lay this over the top. Like that. Good thing I kept the stations. Did that? I'm not sure if that would overwrite the station names. So that would fill in that side of it. And then we'll have a separate blueprint that is this, basically. Because this should be modular. So this is the smelting. I say, I'm fully aware that people do centralized smelting, and that's probably actually a better way of doing things, but as I say, this is all about me learning how to do this part of the game. As a background thing, I mean, I would say, I'm going to say something incredibly arrogant and hubristic, but I'm pretty good at the basic game because I've played it through so many times, basically. And I can get a rocket launch done in, you know, a fairly okay-ish, you know, average sort of time. But as I say, I then basically stop because I get a bit bored and want to start again. So I say this series was all about sort of forcing me to do a Megabase, but my Megabase, you know, how I solve the problems, as it were. Why has it not got the... Did I not put them in up here? No. Oh. I disabled the... we should have the substations there, but I disabled that overall. I guess I could have them... This is the... There's no... Is there a mod to edit blueprints? Because I can't find one. I know there's a website, isn't there, that lets you edit blueprints, but is there a mod that lets you do it in-game? Because I don't think there is. Not that I would install it for this and say this is entirely vanilla, but deliberately so. In fact, I'll put that... How do I want to signify this is the outpost version? Let's do that. So the idea is, depending on how much material I'm processing, you know, how big the patch really is, I then just copy and paste this in, but I'm going to have to remember to put it on the first row as well, because the blueprint for the other one, you know, doesn't have the substations on, because I took it off and I can't be asked to redo it. You do a logic for the station on that part. It might sound complicated, but a multi-purpose like this isn't a big deal, really. Yeah, so I mean, I might end up doing some of that stuff, but I say I'm kind of going to solve it in a brute force way. Yeah, in terms of the stations, I say I don't think it'll overwrite the station names. I think it'll keep them. I say these. I mean, this is, you know, this trial run basically. This is me planning them out, and we'll see what I've got wrong when we eventually go and do an outpost, which is going to be next time now. Crikey, it's 6:15. So yeah, so depending on how much material there is in whatever patch I'm doing, how big it is, how many lines there are, we will then, that'll determine how much smelting I do. But in theory, it's 9. We don't really need to put them down now. But in theory, it's 9 to fill a lane. Not as I say that that's ever likely to happen. 1, 2, 3, 4. So it would be, you know, 5, 6, 7, 8. Fell over. Wait, have I got what's on that one then? Have I got that twice? What did I do there? Why have I got that twice? Oh, because that one's not got... That's the one without the substations on it. Right. Right. Okay, so the next part of the puzzle is defending. Let's get rid of all of this. A bit tidying up. Let's move you around as well. The next part of the puzzle is the defences. Oops. What I need, I'll probably do the corner. Oh, I haven't got any gates with me. Let's build a couple of them. We'll probably do... I need 4, aren't we? The sort of corner that is the... So, in other words... I say we need to put the roboports round, and the corner that is this will be, that'll always be, that'll be a fixed blueprint, as it were, and that'll also be the point at which I then repeat a modular blueprint, and I can then take that up as depending on how many furnaces I put down, and if I want to change it, sort of thing. We'll go up however far we need, and then we'll come around the corner, and I'll either come down and wrap the the whole patch, or we'll just go across and do the entire area. These outposts are going to be big, because I'm doing local smelting. As I say, I have a strong suspicion that that's probably not the best way of doing it, but it's how I'm going to give it a go. What were your... Oh, of course you've not got any... You've not got any power, have you, lads? Let's get rid of these bits. Right. We can also get rid of these trees. Right, let's get out. Yeah, so we need like roboports. Well, there'll be power here. So if I do, where's that edge up to? Probably there, isn't it? In fact, put it in a bit. No, let's put it there. And then we can put power poles there. And there, and then say in the middle somewhere. Ish. Like that. And... Oh, I took out those power lines, didn't I? I took out those power lines, so let's connect that back up. But yeah, it must be some... because it's really complicated to do, and I suspect it's because of how they've done the like language it uses is to export blueprints. But the I don't think anyone's managed to do a blueprint editor other than I know there's a website, but or there was anyway. Maybe that's defunct as well. So I don't know if you can edit blueprints, if there's a mod for doing that. Actually, why don't I just put in some of them? more sensible, isn't it? Because then we can also power up the laser turrets. So the idea with placing this is wait, is that? Yeah. Is we would need the edge, you know, of the ore patch really to be there, essentially. Right, and then we'll go... We don't need this to be... How far up can I take that? So I could put one there. That covers that anyway. And then our blueprint for defences needs to have roboports in it somehow anyway. So if our what? Where are the gates? Where can I actually put them? So that's as far down. Oh, as it will let me put them. Okay, so I don't think I've even got any wall. Oh, I have. I've got a couple hundred wall. Yeah, so that provides power to a wall. Idea would be... Got the lasers? We've got the lasers. It's literally just a laser wall. In fact, I don't know. I'm not sure. Yeah. I want backup regular turrets, don't I? So... if that was... not fussed about sort of double stacking the wall or anything. Yeah. So how far does that cover? So actually let's do it out in the middle somewhere over here. So that was like that. I don't want, I say they're just sort of as an emergency thing, the gun turrets. Is that right? There we go. So we just want sort of minimal coverage effectively. But of course we need to provide, you know, we need to have them restocked. So what we could do, because we have, you know, logistics coverage with the young bots, we just request up, you know, 10 or something, and then we want them. We want to have mutual coverage. So that means what? That there. Yep. And then we'll just put that in. So we want to copy and paste. Oh, copy and paste that one. So it looks like 3. So 1, 2, 3. Okay. We can just copy and paste all of it actually. Can't we? Okay. And then so that's too far, isn't it? Okay. It'll be fine, I'm sure. Oh. It'll be fine. So if that was, because it would be there, wouldn't it? Oh, they got misaligned anyway, so that's not right. So if that was there, that would actually be there. Okay. And there. There we go. That's better. Oh. Right. Has it copied that? No, it hasn't. It hasn't copied the request. Why has it not copied the request? I guess because I put the request on this one. No. That one. No. That one. Right. Oops. Right. So we then need essentially no, let's do it. Let's do it manually. So this was the closest one, wasn't it? No, this one. So we want this. So it needs to be there, basically. I'll just plop that down. We're going to need some more lasers in there. We can... Where's a good place for that? Probably there. And then we can just work our way up again. Make sure there's power coverage there. And then double that up. So they need to be like that, don't they? So that's the main line of turrets. And then we want the walls. How big is that? 1, 2. So it's 1, 2. So it's there-ish. Oops. So is that then covered? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So I generally do diagonal, or try to do diagonals on these, because you have the unfortunate effect that you get less coverage on corners. If you do a proper 90-degree corner, and the difference is relatively minimal, but you know, we're getting behemoth biters now. If you do something like that, then this turret is ever so slightly more exposed. So what you really need to do, I mean, you can obviously add lots more in, but if you do an actual edge, then you get more even coverage, basically. Because what can happen is if the biters do happen to come in at this exact angle, and you get, say, 2 spitters, you know, 2 behemoth spitters hit that, then they'll kill it straight away, and because it can't kill them in time, if you see what I mean. Whereas if you have a bit more mutual coverage, you know, if they're coming in at this angle, then they're going to get hit by 3. So, as I say, it's a bit of an edge case, but because I'm not going to be restocking turrets, all I'm going to have is repair packs. I kind of need to be a little bit more cautious in terms of the corners. In which case, how am I going to do that? So I don't really want that to be there. It's one of the things. We want to be able to have a few more lasers. Like, is that, what's happened there? So I want, unfortunately, I can't get the right number in there. If we move it all one over, it would still be covered by things, wouldn't it? Okay, so I need to get rid of them anyway. So we would be moving this one over like that, and that should then allow me to do, yeah. In fact, I might put a third one there. Move that in. Right, and we need a bit more gun turret coverage over here. I say this is a lot more fixed, you know, than the other. The other blueprint needs to be. In fact, I might actually just pop a gun turret in there. Better paranoid than dead, eh? Better paranoid than dead. I need to be in the track. It's a laser port repair coverage. Won't I need to be in there? I think you mean so the roboports. So the roboports should all be covering it. The obviously the orange coverage is the logistics network, which is kind of the not the floor, but that's something I'm not quite sure how I'm going to do, because I'll probably need to turn up to the outpost to drop off both logistics and construction bots. But this system will drop off repair packs. So construction bots will be able to repair any damage. So I need to leave some construction bots, some logistics bots here. It'll also drop off uranium ammo, and that'll provide these with ammo. I say I've put more. This is more heavily defended than the Straits because of this potential effect that if you suddenly get ones coming in. What is missing is a bit of wall here. I don't know if that's what you meant. So technically there's going to be a little gap there because that's not quite aligned properly, but whatever. You know, there's going to be trains blasting through there, so hopefully that'll keep them at bay. And we got lots and lots of turrets there. Right, so we need to put these back in. Like this. So we need it to go up basically as far as the first sort of smeltery row. And I moved these over already, didn't I? So we need this to be about there-ish. Need this to go all the way up here. One more. Is that in line? That's fine. And then we want to repeat the same basic idea. So it was 3, wasn't it, I think? So, actually, if I just chop them in. So 1, 2, 3. Gun turret. Missed. And we want that bit there. Has it got a request? Yes. Yeah, so long as they're in the orange network. As far out of those chests. I think I should be fine. I mean, I say this edge is kind of a permanent thing. I need a blueprint that's going to work generically. So I'll probably end up with like 3 or 4 of them. So we'll have like the corner blueprint, and then like a short straight, and then a version of short straight with roboports, and I'll just plop the roboport one on top of the short straight to ensure that there's coverage. But say this is sort of a, because these will be in this, you know, in this blueprint, and I mean those are there already. What are you doing? So I think it should be okay. I say, we'll have to test it, but I copy and paste that like that. We shall see. I accidentally held shift then when I didn't mean to. So if we take this, where's that gone? Okay. So we take this up as far as maybe there. Get rid of that bit. And then, yeah, get rid of that bit. There we go. So say I need a straight thing that connects irrespective of what's going on. I mean, they're all flashing, of course, because there's no... I mean, we could kind of test it, actually. Because I think one of these has got logistic spots in it. Have you been picking up loads of rubbish? Oh, I don't know. Trying to be helpful, you see. There you go. So this has got logistic spots in it. So we could give this a go. See what happens. So we'll pop some loggybots in there. Where are you going? And then if we put some ammo in there, they should explode out. Put ammo in each of the chests. Obviously there's no inserters, so they're not going to put them in the actual thing. But all of these have ammo in. Yeah, so that's okay. Okay, so our next blueprint then is the defences bits, because that's going to be a separate set of it's a separate set of Spidertrons, so you know they probably won't be over here when we're laying the rest of it down. So we want to copy and paste, we want to blueprint all of this, but we need to do a big old edit. So we don't need belts, we don't need rail, we don't need modules. I should manually get rid of this again this time rather than do that. Oh, that's really tedious having to... In fact, I can't even tell which ones I'm turning off and on. Thankfully, this will be the biggest one. Biggest blueprint, I think, for this. But no, I haven't got all of them, have I? Is that off or on? What's happening there? Let's have a look at the number. Oh, it's not changing. We don't need the signals. We need the gates. We don't need those providers. The train stops. No, we'll leave the train stops to help us align it. Don't need the those inserters. All those signals. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need them. Or any of them. No, I need requesters. It says there's 19. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So I've not unselected 3 of these. That's 1. Oh, that is so small. As an old person, I object to being forced to use my eyesight. So there's 16 of them. So we should have 16. Well, I've got 126 fasting. Oh, we've got all of them, haven't we? I should have deconstructed this bit of it. That was, oh, in fact, I can take that off altogether. Take that off altogether. So I should end up with 16 fast inserters. Whatever, I don't know if you're still there. You thought it'd be one too far out. Yeah, so I mean, it's sort of it can be difficult to tell with the orange, the orange coverage and the green coverage. I understand why they did that, but it does make things more confusing. I never asked you, by the way, Naughty Binky, if you're still there, because you were working on a sort of a modular base system before. I don't know how you were getting on. I've got 46 still. Why have I got 46 still? I guess there's... Oh, this is so small. Is that changing? That's not changing, is it? Have we got any inserters anywhere else? Oh, we have got them up here. Oh, I need to get rid of them as well. I mean, power things. Come to my streams for the thrilling man clicking on tiny little icon that I bet you can't even see on the stream. Oh, it's so small. 16. We have 16 fast inserters, 16 chests and 16 gun turrets. Hurrah! Whew. Walls, laser turrets, gun turrets, requester chests, 16 of. Fast inserters, 16 of. Substations, I bet there's too many of them. Certainly one too many there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So we should only have 14, I think. Is that active? No, they're all gone. That's gone. Oh, I don't know where those two are then. I can always edit the blueprint, can't I? If I save it. Because I'm only taking things out. It's adding things in that's always the, whoops moment. Yeah, rocket launch, okay. Soon to be at Blue Belt and thereafter Mega. Okay, cool. Okay, let's save that. We want to call it... Oh, what do we want to call it? Let's call it train... Wall... Laser? Something like that. Okay, so... If we go and sort of pretend stick this down... I'm not happy about that. The missing bit of wall. So I've got the roboports we don't really need at the top. Oh, tree is in the way. I got the station, so I know where to align it. I don't mind those two being there, but I don't really need these two roboports. I mean, it doesn't hurt it to include them, but might as well just edit them out while I've got them. So I'll get rid of those two. Right. So undo that. Okay. That'll for me. Thank you very much. Okay. Essentially, we need a repeatable, straight bit of wall. In fact, I'll get rid of all of this. No, let's get rid of the centre of it, so they don't keep bothering to stick the things, but then we at least know where the edges are. So say we need a sort of repeatable bit of straight wall. I might, rather than do 3, can I line them up with that? Because it'd be nice to have a straight bit be. What does that look? So it's it's offset. Oh. So if it was 4, I mean, it's not really mutual coverage, but it's not far off. Obviously we need that because it won't have copied that over. So if each of our, if this was the blueprint, basically, let's take it up one. That was the blueprint. How repeatable would it be? So it would work there. So if we plop it in, what sort of mutual coverage do we actually get? So it's sort of half. Yeah, I think that's okay actually. Yeah. So that needs to become our blueprint, doesn't it? Basically. So it needs to be slightly farther up there, slightly farther up there. Like that. I'm not going to put lights on, and I'm a bit of a chronic one for putting lights on, but I'm not sure I can justify doing that at outposts. We do need to make sure we'll have radar coverage, because I need to be able to see what's going on. But we can just do that by, getting the spiders to put down a radar as and when. What I need to be sure of, though, is that this does include the actual requests. So we'll just call this, or put an icon on like that. So if I plop this down, does it have the requests on it? It does. And it does, yeah, okay. So if that's a straight, let's go and do a corner up there. So if we were coming up a whole set of straight bits, I can't really see. So we would then want a corner here, for example. Oh, I guess I should put some of these in the book. I wanted to keep them all out so that I could test them, basically. But we're running out of room. So, first one was the artillery one. That one. Then the next one is the revised stations. Then there's the first set of smelting. Then there's the repeating smelting. Then there's the corner wall. In fact, I might put that there. And then there's the straight wall. I'll leave that one out, actually. Actually, we could... No, I'm not going to bother with that. Right, so what we'll do... If that was a straight bit there, we actually want kind of a straight bit, like of the same width, so we can do a 45-degree angle basically. So if that was straight there, that tells us where we can put the substations. We'll take all of that out. What gun turret? We should have good gun turret coverage already, but we can stick a bonus one in. We want an extra one there, and then we want to see if this will work. I'll do that there. Would that be that? No, missed. Would that be that? Like that. No, two there. Two there. Okay, so they are misaligned. They are misaligned. I must have got that slightly out of place. I can't explain to you how hot it is in this room. It's absolutely sweltering. Summer may become a horrible prospect. I need to get my air conditioner up and running. One of the big problems I got. Oh, hello, J-Mort. Add an extra hotbar key and have them there. Doesn't take inventory. Which for? Sorry, I wasn't. I don't know how long ago you said that. Do you mean the blueprints? I tend to be a bit. I'm a bit sort of. I'm a bit crap that way, if I'm honest, or rubbish. I basically once pipette tool came in, this almost became redundant to me. I just don't. It's just not in my. How to put it? Not in my quick memory access to go to that anymore. And I never really learned, because you can select things with number keys, but because there's the whole thing. Is it shift to do? No. What's the? Because you have to, in order to get these. There's another, because 6 and 7, 8 and 9, but then there's. Because I know obviously you can swap them over with the X and do it that way, but isn't there a quick way of accessing? It's not. No, it's not shift. It's control. Oh, it's control. There you go. No. That's not what. Alt? No. It must just be swap them over with X then. But I never learned that. I'm a bit rubbish with hotkeys. Full stop. In every game I play, I sort of almost learn the minimum of what I need to do, and then that keeps me going, as it were. Right, so is that? So that's fine, isn't it? So we don't want it to go in, we want it to go out, really. Like that. Oh, the blueprints, yeah. I say I am a bit sort of, stuck in my ways in a lot of, say I've learned how to do a thing and then I just repeat that, and I'm afraid I'm a bit sort of. There are better ways of doing things, but this is the way that works, and that's the way I do it, sort of thing. So I think I probably want another gun turret in, or maybe 2. I get a bit paranoid with corners, like I was saying before, because basically I have had entire outposts fail because I only had one laser turret at the very corner, and it got killed, and then some more bites came in and they killed the ones next to them, and they killed the ones next to them, and suddenly there's a hole in your defences, and suddenly it's overrun, and they've eaten an entire outpost. Particularly at this, I say, when you get behemoth biters and spitters, it can quickly cascade into failure. So if I wanted to put, I'm just trying to work out where the centre is. So if I wanted to put one, so if we wanted a bit of extra coverage, try like that maybe. Now can I get that to be, there we go, that's better. Like that. Like that. Has that got a request on it? Yeah, there we go. Yeah. So that's then our corner. So we'll test that out. Make sure it tiles with the straight bit. It's probably not going to tile, is it? Because of how I did that. Oh, missed out the edge. Right. So if this is the straight, no, that's not the straight. This is the straight. So that's a straight. We then come along, we want a corner. No, that's not a corner. Oh, it does tile. Cool. And then will it tile this way? Yes. Oh, I'm quite pleased it does that. The best counter is or just kill the bite. Yeah, so I mean, basically, I mean, I've not got research running because I'm trying to get the base to make. Let's have a look. So I'm basically trying to get the base to make modules, or enough modules that I can be a bit more productive in the bus. But it's run out of resources basically. So, well, not run out, but we're struggling for resources. So that's why I'm doing the outposting bit now, or designing them anyway. That's what we'll do next stream next weekend. We'll go out and find some big outposts. But basically, I'm getting them to make, so we got 3,000 speed modules now and about 1,000 prod modules. So I'm just leaving it to do that rather than run science. But basically, the militaries are all up to about 10. So, we want to go a bit higher than that. But, they're sort of fairly punchy. And obviously, we want to punch it. We want to push out radar, artillery range, and all that sort of stuff. But once those are nice, a nice level, I'll obviously switch to focusing on, the mining and the bot speed, and then it'll be about, boosting them up. So say we have got a few done, and as you can see, I mean, this was halfway through, and I decided to just stop science basically. So I say we're just leaving it to chunk through a few modules. I'm going to do a proper module build, but there's no point because we've got no resources. So let's get this done to the extent we can, and then we'll sort of come back to it because I need to put, I've not got prod modules in quite a lot of these machines still, so we need to go and do that. But it's kind of a convenient thing just to leave it working while I work on the outpost, basically. Yeah. So I'm pleased with that. I'm happy that tiles. I was a bit worried I'd messed up the tiling there. Okay, so let's stick these in. In fact, actually, let's put that on. Actually, if I swap them round, then they look a little bit different. So let's pop them down there. Where have they gone? There they are. Right, that one there first. Yeah, so basically the idea, as I say, is we've got the permanent corner that is the entrance to the pretty large main bus. How much science is it made to make? It's not actually that much science. It's I've only got a couple of machines worth. I say it can run at, I think it's about 100 a minute, something like that. It can do when I mean, I've literally just added these beacons, so it's not been running at speed, but it works out to be about 100 and I say it's 105 or something a minute. So it's not a main bus, and I say it's big because of how. So my sort of design philosophy, basically how I manage a bus, because I know, I mean, Nillaus famously does he does like a half city block, half bus type system, and it's all as efficient as you'd expect it to be. But basically, what I do is we have all the materials, obviously, that I've decided I want to do coming up the bus. And then basically the approach is you go in and out in opposite directions. So at no point, it's not quite true. I mean, up the top here, I'm doing all sorts of spaghetti rubbish. But the basic idea is, which is a good example. Yeah, military is not a bad example. So we've got the science packs there. They're coming out, obviously, in that direction. And then we've got lanes coming in, walls, grenades, piercing ammo coming in there. Why has that only got one lane? I've obviously not balanced that up properly. Okay. so basically you come in one direction and then you go out in the same direction, basically, or the opposite direction. So avoiding crossing over. But what that means is it gets very, very long, because if I was building things around the back here and taking lines over, and I say I've done these so that there's enough room to put a set of beacons in, and also if I needed to, and I don't, but if I needed to, we could have an extra lane in here and still provide beacon coverage. And it's just generally designed like that. So it ends up very, very long, but it's not particularly wide, as you can see. I mean, I need to rework the science. I had thought we might do that today, but it's taken quite a long time to put these outposts together. But as you can see, it's a long bus, basically. And I try and avoid. We've got separate green and red circuits now, but I put some of the stuff on this side, but generally speaking, I leave this open so that I can put the white science and these sorts of things. We can put, depending on if I want to do more rocket launches, I can move these over because I've got like extra lanes of stuff that I can just take that way. But I generally try and do all the building on one side, and it gives me the option if I need it to add extra things there. But as it turned out, I didn't. I just this is all fine for what we need. The buses here basically, as I say, would do enough sciences to really pump up what we can do in terms of production. But the sciences here, that was just to build the rocket basically and launch a rocket. And this is, I need to get this to make all of the stuff we need for the actual main, the science builds basically. Yeah, right. We're nearly there, I think, in terms of this. I mean, it's 7 o'clock. I was going to finish off. What I want to do, I just want an extra version of the straight one. The straight defensive one with a roboport on it, and then I'll just put them down sort of as I need them. Where the heck are they then? So I just want to say a separate one that allows me just to add in roboports. It's kind of I could do it manually or do it remotely, but we might as well just where the heck are they? As you can see, I've got a lot. Oh, there we go. A lot of blueprints from legacy stuff. I've obviously gone past it. There it is. So say we'll plop that down, and then we'll just have a version of it that has a roboport in it, basically, so that we can make sure we can connect up all of our things, so that we can supply these and provide repair packs, basically. So say I'll copy that, and that'll be it for today, I think. So next time, the big challenge. Where's the roboport? I'm starting to lose the plot, to be honest with you. Yeah. Next time, we will actually try these out, basically. So we will, because the way I've designed them, or the way we've ended up designing them, I guess the bit I haven't done is an exit through the wall. I mean, I could just, jerry-rig that together. But the basic idea is I'll use the wall unloading. So I need to, that's the point, I need to set up a artillery reloading system over here. Probably on this side, actually. That's quite good. Quite a good place for it, isn't it? Yeah, that'd be a good idea. So we'll have an artillery reloading system here. And what I'll do, I will take a load of spiders with us. I need to build a load more remotes, don't I? But basically, we'll come off of this outer defensive wall, and then I'm going to push off out in this direction because it's then easy to connect up my existing rail network. But we'll push out in this direction, and we'll keep going until we get into the sort of maybe 30 million, 40 million type range, which hopefully won't be too far. You know, we could be out here somewhere, and then I'll just set it going. You know, I say we'll take a load of spiders with us, leave them there probably, and then we'll come back and we'll just let the artillery ferry back and forth, clear out a big space, or not that big, but you know, clear out space, you know, for the biters, and then I'll start remotely slapping down those blueprints, and that way I'll test whether it works or not. One thing I haven't got, which I guess I do need, so there are some things that have already occurred to me we need to fix. The blueprint for the miners, because this is just modular. I can just stick that, you know, over and over and over, but it doesn't have speed modules in it, so I need to add them in there. This is where having, you know, the to-do list mod is really useful. So we need the artillery restocking, we need module version of the thing, and the basic idea is to say the corner, you know, this is a modular set of blueprints that I can just sort of lay over the top of each other, and then depending on how big the ore patch is, we can set however many rows of smelters we want, and then I can just corner it in with the straights and edges, as I say, whether I come down here, you know, or I just go over as a big circle, you know, I can work that out. That's the other thing, I need to download there's no way I'm working out the proper balances. Yeah, but that's for next week. I think I'm done for this week. It's so hot in this room. The problem is, I've got a green screen, but it's not really a screen. It's a blanket. Effectively, it's a sheet, and it blocks the door. You know, it covers over the door, so there's no air. In here, it's just me with a computer, you know, belting out heat basically. And then for some reason, the UK has decided to have a bit of a summer, or a mini summer, something like that. So what I'll do, I will dismantle all this between streams. I won't set up that. I might work on a wall breakthrough, because I don't know that that's going to be particularly interesting as such. But we'll have a breakthrough, and the basic idea is, I say, hook it up to this, clear it out, then we hook it up to the main bus, and we start sending trains out, you know, because they can refuel at the stop, and it lets me test it as well, to see if it works properly. Yeah, cool. So that's all going to be next week. For those who've been watching along this week, thank you very much for doing so. I stream self-promo stuff time, so feel free to go away, to leave. There's no problem if you just want to leave. Yes, I stream Factorio every weekend, Saturday and Sunday, starting at 3 o'clock BST. Look on the, you know, I've got the schedule all set up, so you can look at your local time. I'm also streaming Satisfactory on Fridays, but that's just a couple of hours after work, bit of fun, bit of something different. The Factorio streams are 3 hours minimum, try for 4 hours usually, each weekend. I also have a YouTube account, so if you're wanting to sort of go back and look at the archive, the entire VOD playlist is available on the YouTube account, for both series, for Factorio and Satisfactory. Tuesdays and Thursdays, the VODs for the Factorio go up. Friday, very early morning, for the Satisfactory. You can find my YouTube account, @Trismegistus. You can also find my Twitter, @Trismegistus. However, both of those two are alias to Triggles, because I think that's easier to say. And also, I don't know that people even know what they are now, but it sounds like Tribbles, which is a Star Trek sort of a reference. What else? I guess if people are willing, I could try and do a raid. I'm new to streaming. I've never done that before. if I was to try and give that a go, does anyone have any recommendations of who to go and raid? I say I'm not entirely sure that it would work, but we could give it a go. Is there anyone streaming? I guess Factorio. I say because there's a couple of you around still. You could also. I don't know if Binky's still here because I know he does. He knows how they work. You could tell me how it works. That would be particularly useful. I can try and figure it out. But as I say, I've never done it before. I know there's a button on the stream manager to let me do it. But you want to go for it. I say, have you got any suggestions as to who might be someone to go for? Can I only raid people on my follow list, or is it just sort of anyone? I don't know. Can we have a look and see who's streaming Factorio at the moment that might be worth giving it a go? I don't know about Nilaus. I'm not sure about that. Is he streaming now then? I didn't think he did Sundays. Oh, I don't even know where the button is now. Oh. Why is that not? Huh. It won't let me. Oh, hang on. Has the stream gone? Stream gone down? Are you still there? Yeah. I got a massive pause then, and I don't know what happened. So it won't let me. Why won't that let me? I think I might have to give this another go at some other point because it won't let me press the button. There is a command, isn't there, that you can put into the thing to do it directly, but I cannot. I have a button on the because I use the Twitch, thing. Raid. So do I literally just type raid and then? I mean, should we do Nilaus? I say I'm not sure. I kind of like to do a smaller channel. A fellow minority streamer. Small scale streamer. Right. The trouble is I don't recognise any of the names. Okay, so let's give Nilaus a go then. I mean, so if I literally just type, say raid Nilaus in the chat, I think that'll do it. Raid. Does it have to be? This could be embarrassing. I don't know how to spell his name. AUS. Okay. Right. So we'll give it a go. It could all fall over. Thank you. Quality hope. Right. So there's a countdown going on. So I have to hit raid now. Hopefully that worked. So if I end my stream. So yeah, thanks all for joining me. If anyone's still there, I assume you've all gone over to the house.